to turn it.
to Galarian.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it back to you guys because I'm just gonna go get a Coke and some nuts, and then I'm ready.
Coconut.
After all of the purchases, did we get a per character breakout yet?
No, I emailed that weeks ago. Pun
Oh
intended.
no!
And it hasn't changed.
Oh.
And it's 700. I said 700, but the exact total is like 710 gold per person. Everything that was on Slack was purchased from the group slush fund.
All right, 710 on top of the stuff that we had post
Nope,
Lord
that's
Flox,
710
Fox stuff.
total. So the 710, and I think I said it in the email, is if you've purchased stuff beforehand, like for you, you got the breastplate at cost, right? Like you just got to keep track of it, Tim. I'm not keeping track of all your purchases or anyone else's.
Yeah,
Kind of like when you're well, I haven't been keeping track of the potions. Like, dude, you got to keep track of it. It's your job.
I know. But the last thing that I have is
that 200.
Yeah,
that's included in there.
That's the last thing that I had. So I must have missed that.
That's okay. But yeah, 710 is the total that we have individually each earned so far.
And I was going to purchase at cost something from you, Jill Bar. Kind of wanted to see what you had, though. So I don't know if...
the gods of
something to
Galarian... The gods of Galarian, aka Horton, have basically said that with the connections we have through the Vaulted Arms, if there's something we don't have that you need, we should be able to procure it fairly quickly. But what is it you're looking for, DTD? I'd love to help.
I'm looking for something that'll kill ghosts and goblins. You know, incorporeal creatures of the night.
Are you looking for a particular type of substance in construction? I know that I have several weapons that are cold iron, which do have effect upon certain types of creatures. I don't know when you say incorporeal.
Or have certain magical properties.
Unfortunately, I don't have too many magical items here. I do know some people in Magnamar, and of course, there's always the Feathered Serpent. We could check there. But when my player John said anything non-magical I can get for you, the magical items we're just going to have to go through the DM on.
But you've got cold iron stuff.
Sure do.
You got a couple of cold iron daggers.
All right, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, just go ahead and do it, Vince. That's fine.
2.
So what? Yeah, whatever the cost is, you know, for the Heroes of Sandpoint, we can certainly get these to you at a fair price.
And this is might be more of a question for the rest of the group, because one thing that we can't really do very well is I'm the only ranged person, really. And besides, Findabar, who's casting spells, but, so, I could get like a bow or something, but I didn't know if that was just like a waste of time, considering I'm going to be chucking bombs, most of the time.
Yeah. I think it's worth everybody having an ability to do that. So, we had mentioned on Slack cold iron arrow tips, just the tip, baby. At least for the Quasit, that helps. Now, I don't remember exactly, like if we're talking about a fucking specter or ghost or something that's truly incorporeal, like hopefully we're not coming up against that for a while, because then we might be looking at needing, whether it is silvered or mithril, depending upon. And really, for all of those, I think it just comes down to you got to have magic.
Right.
Otherwise, you're not doing any. If it's magic, what is it, half? And if it's regular, you're not doing anything. When it's
That's correct.
Yeah, which is just fucking brutal.
Yeah, unless you have that spell.
Yeah,
what is
ghost
it?
touch.
Ghost touch. Yeah.
I wouldn't say it was.
So maybe it's worth me just grabbing a bow and some
Yeah.
cold iron
Do we,
while
do
we
we
got
have a
while we
bow?
got the weapon master still in town with us.
I know at one time we took a couple bows off. I know because I know Bruno took one.
I know.
Yeah,
I-
if you want if you want a short bow, we could do that. But at this point, I've already kind of sold it off. But again, it's at cost, so either way, it's advantageous. You know, but if you're gonna get a bow, get a decent bow. You know.
Well, you may also have some stuff at the vaulted arms that you might be willing to part
Yeah,
with.
exactly. If you just want a short bow, just call it. If it's a
Yeah.
regular short bow.
Yeah, and then and do you have cold iron tipped arrows?
Again, through the grace of the gods of Galarian, aka Horton, as long as it's non-magical and it's a weapon, I can get it for you. So call it if everybody wants like 20 cold iron arrows, I think we're fine. Just pay whatever the cost is.
Yeah, subtract the cost from your character sheet though.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right.
It's a pleasure.
All right,
doing
I am
this.
back and I am ready to rock and roll, baby. Anyone else have any other questions before we get started?
Horton, have you ever seen a dildo before?
Nope.
That's just my question du jour.
And I want to keep it that way.
Used is the right question.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, he couldn't see it, but he could feel it.
Right. Let me just do one thing.
On that note, let me go into Palpatine mode.
All right.
On that mode.
On a
We're
weird
in the
note,
cabin.
also last time we did this, my audio did not pick up. I don't think.
Uh-oh.
So
Oh no.
the cool role playing that we did was just video and no audio.
Oh, bummer.
And but I got it fixed this week. There was like a software update that screwed everything up. So
Didn't Joe Bar have a soliloquy
yeah.
2 weeks ago?
Mm-hmm.
You want to re-perform that? You want to redo it right now?
Also,
Yeah, I'm gonna go with no.
Oh.
I've
Nah,
updated all the characters on the website, and I even put Ziggy up there. What you just sent me.
Nice.
So
Thank you.
Do you have a Dojo copy yet?
no, never got one.
Spicy.
You got third level DTD though, right? Because I don't remember sending it
I
to you.
believe I got. No, he's just first level.
I gotta
let me send that
update
to you.
Diggy here quick.
Hey,
Let me send that
and
to you right
DTD,
now.
and I don't know if you like. I went in with the assumption that at some point tonight we're sharing spells. I added some spells from your spell list onto my dude. I don't know if you did the same.
I talked to Horton on Friday about that, and he then correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like depending on how much time we have here, we could do it, but it wasn't just a yada yada thing.
And we'll cover that tonight.
Nice.
But before we cover that, so we're going to do an interesting cold opening here again and it's going to fit right in with our Nualia saga. And this time I think you guys are going to enjoy this because you're going to have context and hopefully greater understanding. So it's a rerun, but it's a kind of an enjoyable rerun for you guys as we open up. So you open up and it's nighttime as the camera kind of comes over the Gulf of Varesia and onto the over the waves and the shores and through the town of Sandpoint you see below, and it comes up across to the cathedral and then kind of goes through the cathedral, outside the cathedral and into a chamber, an interior room on the side adjunct of the cathedral. We see a Spartan room, an interior room with stone walls, and it's nighttime. There are flickering candles on the table in a handful of wall sconces. We look out the window, a glazed window, and we see an ancient graveyard outside, which you now know to be the Sandpoint graveyard. We see standing before a wash basin with little votive candles around it, a beautiful woman with a delicate, ethereal body, almost angelic. She has white hair and violet eyes. She stands in front of the basin, looking at herself in a mirror. As her hand reaches down to her belly, she's clearly with child. And she dips her hands into the basin, cups some water, and splashes it on her face. Suddenly, she lurches forward. Perhaps the baby inside of her gave her a good kick. She knocks one of the votive candles on the ground. She starts to lean down to pick it up, but something stops her. She stands, looks herself in the eyes in the mirror, and all of a sudden, her face is transformed by rage. She's unrecognizable from the woman we've seen before. Her lower lip starts trembling, and she reaches back with her fist and smashes it in the mirror. Blood flows down the shards. She grabs the basin, rips it from its moorings, and throws it across the room. It shatters against the wall. She sweeps votive candles off the basin, and they scatter everywhere, shattering. She goes over to a bookcase, grabs it, and pulls it down violently, books flying everywhere. She goes to her bed and starts ripping the sheets off of it. At that moment, two holy sisters of Desna, appear in the doorway, clearly alarmed. They move to stop her, and one sister shouts, Nualia, Nualia, what is it? And she turns to them and demonically bellows forth, Get out, as spittle flies from her mouth. And then she grabs a cup from the nightstand and throws it at their heads. Suddenly she screams, not from rage, but from pain. She clutches at her belly and collapses onto the ground, screaming in agony. The sisters pull up onto the bed and examine her. They lift her dress, and they see a flow of blood staining the sheets as she's screaming fitfully. The one sister says to the other, The baby is coming. It's coming early. Get some help. Minutes, hours pass. They stand beside her, and we see one say, It's coming, it's coming. Suddenly, the sister midwife raises her hand to her mouth in shock and reels back, screaming in terror. The other sisters move to look and see what's happened. The young woman is lying there and says, My baby, in a small, weak, and exhausted voice. The sister midwife says to the other, Take it outside and burn it. Don't let her see it. The other quickly swaddles it in a sheet and runs out the door. Outside, we see a bonfire surrounded by stone walls. In the center of this courtyard, there are 7 weathered standing stones surrounding an ancient altar. You hear the uneven thrumming of the bonfire's flames. The sister takes the bundle in her arms and lays it in the fire, standing back, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, Nualia steps out to the courtyard, swaying, her hands on the doorframe to embrace herself, blood running down her legs. She yells, What have you done? What are you doing? At that moment, she sees the infant as we do. It has jet black, scaly skin covered in bilious tumors, a pair of goat's horns beginning to sprout from its tiny forehead, and the inside of a mouth. It has a beak like a chicken, and a long forked tongue lolls out and reaches for the fire. Nualia sees this, and just as she sees this, before she collapses unconscious, she looks across the courtyard, and in the recess of the doorway, there's a cowled, hooded figure who looks at her in pain, dismay, and horror. The figure of Father Tobin.
Oh.
And as we see this, the camera pans back out into the darkness, the scene cuts, and we see at the bottom of the Catacombs of Wrath the 6 heroes of Sandpoint, sweat beading down their faces in the middle of the chamber with the rune well, looking in dismay as the closet has impossibly polymorphed into some sort of insect and crawled away, not to be found. What do you do?
So we're still in the tomb.
ETD origin story. Beacon creature.
My friends, despite our best efforts, it seems this adversary has escaped to warn Nawalia and your forces. There's much here I don't understand. I think we should gather our things, both what we came down with and everything we have garnered, and return to the surface and inform the mayor and Father Zantus and perhaps Brother Quink and as well. But I think we need to gather aid. There's more going on here, much more. What say you all?
Okay.
So say we all.
Let's
Won't
go
be long.
Damn right.
as long as we can get something to drink on the way.
Do we still
Yeah.
have a burnt up body of a Glassworks owner to deal with as well, or did we take care of that? I don't remember.
I think we took that to Father Zantus in a wheelbarrow.
Okay.
Yes.
We got to cost it on the way, if I remember.
Yeah. That's
Yep.
Street punks.
Yeah, so you've done, and then you burn the bodies and created that unpleasant smell in the city, which you may have to comment on or maybe not. Couple things to reflect on. How did you leave it with Dax Dingleberry?
I think that he came in and saw Findabar in rare form and ran out. And then we told the mayor he was poking around and to shut it down, and she said she'd take care of it.
Okay. So you got that, and then some other things to reflect on. You've got this pool outside of the catacombs that you didn't well, you've got a pool inside the or the spinal room, but you have one outside of the doorway that you guys made note of but didn't do anything with.
The murky water. Let's go look at that.
You got the murky water, and then you've got the zombies in the one of the other chambers. You've got the Ransuer in the statue of Eslancet. I think you took from her, or maybe you will on your way out.
Yeah, we said we were going to collect everything on the way out, basically.
Did we feel like there was some kind of puzzle involved with these three things?
No.
Which three?
The murky water,
the triangle thing, the murky water, and the other altar.
Oh, you tell me.
I believe if we surround it with salt, that frogs like slugs will not cross while we are gone. So
our smartest character, everyone.
It was just odd that there was that outer altar, and it just was sitting there, and we never touched it or anything.
Well, we grabbed a sample of water from the one.
Yeah, but not from the murky. No one touched the murky water.
Yeah,
we haven't done.
You have not touched the murky water as of yet. And let me just grab.
Maybe an alchemical person should do it.
Yeah, did we try to do an alchemical check on that? Like, knowledge-wise?
Let me just... One moment, please. Processing. Oh, dear.
Gentlemen, I trust all of your judgments. If you think it is something we should investigate, I have no expertise. Perhaps you will. But again, I wonder if we may get additional aid and information if we reach out to a couple of folks up above in the city. But if you wish to investigate, again, I trust your judgment implicitly.
I'm not leaving here without that Ransuer.
I think technically we grabbed it last time as we were leaving.
I'm gonna shove that ran sewer so far up Glurt's ass.
I think we
Just to
we
refresh
Slap it.
your just to refresh your memory, that was what you guys noted to be a shrine to Lamashtu, a small shrine. The steps lead up to a platform of gray stone. Sitting atop the platform is an ancient altar, little more than a jagged block of black marble with a shallow concavity on top of it. The basin is filled with what appears to be filthy water.
No blood?
I mean, we can bottle. I still wonder if that's not what that goblin drank to give himself the extra arm, because we've got a vision of him using his hands to drop up something to drink.
Yeah.
But
Let's investigate it. Somebody get a sample.
you can do it. Here's a bottle.
I got these clumsy fingers. Are you kidding me?
Do you guys want to do something about this or research it when we come back? Hopefully with
I think we should do it when we bring. Let's bring Scholar down and we can
Yeah.
do it then.
Agreed.
Okay.
Okay.
So we gather everything and head back up to Sandpoint.
All right. Now you're going to go up through the glassworks, or are you going to go out through the coast?
I actually think it probably makes sense to go up through the coast, assuming there's a way we can get up to Sandpoint without having to climb a cliff wall. You know what I mean?
Right. You're not sure. You do. You don't know it was used by smugglers at one point. The backstory of the Nualia and Delic, of course, is kind of a meta thing, so you wouldn't know that
Yeah.
characters.
How
Why
long did
don't
it
we
take
take
to
a
get
shortcut
here?
to the glass works?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a shorter route to go through the glassworks, then we'll do that. I just thought maybe there would be an easy way to.
You don't.
Kinda-
I guess what I'm saying is you don't know
Yeah, okay.
the coast way.
Then the glassworks it is.
Okay, so you could go up through the glasswork, and as you guys kind of go through the tunnel and come up through the glasswork, you see. Oh wait, 1 second.
We're gonna make
Beautiful glass.
Dojo carry everything, by the way.
Oh yeah, little dojo donkey, what we call
It's a beast of burden.
him.
Sorry, I had a barking dog and stepped on a conference call. Okay, so you go through the glassworks, you come up the stairs, the back stairs, and you come into that main furnace room where you guys have now, I believe you had done the tidying up in the sense that you had destroyed, you'd burned all the bodies, right?
Correct.
Mhm.
So as you walk through there, there is a foul stench of burning flesh. And it's almost overwhelming. The furnace was very hot. You had done a bunch of burning. It's vented up top, but there's still this ambient smell of death in the air. So you cross that unpleasantness, and then you come out to. Do you want to go out that side door that you met Dax, or do you want to go out the other side door or the old front entrance?
My instinct is we probably don't want to go out where Dax was before, but I also don't want to go to the, I mean, either way, we have to kind of cross the town just to get to the mayor's, because at this point it would still be like what early mid afternoon. Like
Yeah, it's about 4 o'clock.
Yeah, so we want to get to the town hall as quickly as possible. So,
Okay.
check out the windows. If we see activity, we go to another door, and we just don't want to have to deal with it if we can avoid it.
All right, so you look out the window and it's an afternoon. There's some moderate traffic. This part of the town's a little quieter. So you let me move you actually to a different map. We could say that if you go, ironically, if you go out the way Dax had come in, or that you had accosted, he had accosted you, that will be the best way to go.
Okay.
Okay.
And Dojo, you seem very tired from carrying all these burdens around. You can stay here and keep the entrance open for us when we return.
Okay.
Yes.
Don't
Have
just
some hot
stay
tea while you're waiting.
and drink tea.
Everybody should be on the Sandpoint map now.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Glassworks is number 20. And you guys want to go to the town hall, which is number 11, I believe. We'll say that you would cover the Rand sewer and you clean yourselves up as best you can, and you're trying to walk through town as nonchalantly as possible. And
Aren't people
and
like
we'll say,
used to seeing the Heroes of Sandpoint now, so it's not a big deal when they see weird stuff?
yeah, but what Dax had broken a scoop, and you're not quite sure what mischief he had created before, but so far there doesn't seem to be any issue.
Remind me where roughly where is John's place? The whatever arms.
The
It's
Vault of
north
Arms
of the
is up
cathedral.
here.
Oh, it's right up
And-
We're
there.
gonna have to have Dax murdered.
Agreed.
He's gonna have to have an accident.
So you go into the city hall, and you see in the front a couple of men at arms, one of whom is Decker. And Kington isn't there, but Decker's there. And he says, Gilbar, you're a sight for sore eyes. I assume by your presence and that of the heroes that you were successful in your labors.
Yes, we certainly have cause to speak with the mayor again and follow up from what we have discovered. Is she in the building and available?
Yes, she is actually in the council chamber finishing a meeting. If you would go up to the second level and see her executive assistant, Sandy, she could help you further.
Appreciate it, Declan.
Before you
Yeah.
go upstairs, do you want me to take that large weapon off your hands and store it down here?
This seems odd question.
Is he
yes.
looking at the Rand sewer?
Yes.
I mean,
Uh,
is it?
Big and through the hips. Roommate.
Yeah, I mean it's got like jewels and everything else. We actually think this is something that that Mayor Devon may wish to see for herself. It's something we just discovered, and she may be interested in the item.
Just because
By your
we
leave.
give it to you for a double dime.
Yeah. He says, by your leave, and he kind of looks away bored, goes back to what he was doing.
Hey, Horton, is this Ransour? It's really no bigger though than a normal weapon. I mean, it's not any bigger than Timmy's axe or my
It's
sight,
a reach weapon, though.
No,
Yeah,
it's large. It was on a.
Oh, it is.
It was on a big. Yeah, it was on a big statue.
But,
so it's oversized.
But it's a functional Ransour.
It's a functional Ransour that a giant might use.
Oh.
It's a large weapon.
Describe
okay,
functional.
good. That I did not know that. That's awesome. Okay.
Blaupunkt.
So
And just to make sure, one thing, we looked at that and it's not magical, but just for future reference, since we know now that Findabar kind of sees magic at all times, anytime we enter a room within 60 feet, just assume that he's checking for magic.
Radar.
Yeah.
Radar.
I won't do that. You'll have to.
Oh, come on.
Come on, John. Oh,
You
I'm
want to
sorry.
say that every time?
Radar, more like Klinger at this point.
Well, let's put it this way. By that logic, forgetting the name of my character, Ag had detect evil, and you always made me mention when you're using it.
But that had to be activated, and it took an action to do so. My detect magic is literally always on.
He had it at will.
You had to
You have it at
activate.
will, but you still have to use an action to activate it.
I see.
Just
Versus,
think about it,
like-
'cause it would make life a lot easier, and you could always say, "Hey, I need you to roll a perception check if something's
Mhm.
hidden or obscured." Just think
Yeah,
about it.
thanks for telling me how to do my job.
I like tonight. It's peppery.
Yeah. No, that's all good. What's the range on that, Reno?
I will get back to you on that. I'm thinking it's either
I would
30 or
like to know
60.
that piece of information if that's how we're gonna play. And the other thing I'm not gonna do, by the same token, is be like vigilant about, oh, it's a room. Because what does Rito see? So we're gonna have to meet somewhere in the middle on that one.
Fair.
Anyway, so you guys go up so there's sort of like a broad set of stone steps that go off to the right and kind of curve around to a second level that's a portico. And then beyond that, there's some offices. Jill Bar, you know the way.
Yep.
So you
Get
go up
everybody
there. Yep. So you go. Yep. Go ahead.
Just to cap that off, it functions like the spell detect magic, so it's a 60-foot cone.
But it's always on.
Yes.
So maybe like
And
if you
and
say
like the spell, the longer I concentrate, the more information I can get. But it is the presence
Got
or
it.
absence of auras in a casual look.
So it's sort of like dark vision when you're under.
Yeah, that's a good way to think of it.
Okay, good to know. So you go up there, and you're looking, and Finn, you look to the right, and you see slightly magical things in the trash bin, and then you see another magic. No, I'm joking.
Nice.
So anyway, so you go through the office, and Sandy's there, and she says, "Jill Bar, it's great to see you," and she has a big smile for you, and of course the Heroes of Sandpoint.
Hey,
What
Sandy.
can I help you with?
You have no
Hello,
magic in your
Ziggy-Or.
room.
Hello, Ziggy-Or, and she gives you a big wink.
oh.
Yeah.
She's played by Lonnie Anderson.
Nice.
Wow.
Sandy, I hate to interrupt, but we were investigating a few things, and I think the mayor is going to want our update as soon as she's available. One question I had is, I think it would be wise, but I don't want to overstep. I think it would be wise if potentially we could have Father Xantus join us. There's information he'll definitely need to know, but I didn't want to invite him without consulting you and the mayor first.
She looks a little like flustered by that. She says, "Well, that would have to be a decision the mayor makes, of course."
Fair enough. Fair enough. Again, I didn't want to overstep. We can start our discussion with the mayor when she's available and see what she feels would be appropriate.
Of course, of course. Why don't you all have seats, and I will see how quickly I can get you to see the mayor. And she scurries off into a back room, into the antechamber that leads to the mayor's office. She comes back in about 5 minutes, and she says, "The mayor will see you now."
Excellent, Sandy. Thank you again. Did she say
Yes,
anything about
of course.
Father Xantus, or do we need to? Did you not raise that topic?
Oh, as I said, that's something you would need to raise with the mayor.
No problem. I apologize.
And then as you're walking by, everybody, DTD, you notice that she's wearing a really low cut, what the equivalent of a blouse would be. Just pointing that out to you.
Oh, you're looking fine today, Miss Sandy.
Oh, why, thank you, DTD. I always like it when a man of your reputation appreciates my goods, if you know what I mean. And she winks at you.
Oh, I do, man. I do.
All right.
DTD,
So you got a little
remember what
fun going
happened
there,
last time we
DTD.
faced tail.
She looks over at Glurk, and I'm like real spread on
Slows
one of those
up.
chairs, spread out real manly, and I have like barf all over my clothes, and
Yeah.
I look like shit.
Yeah, she looks at you absolutely disgusted, and when you walk by, she looks away and kind of like covers her nose.
Baby,
Uh,
if you've ever wondered whatever became of me. I'm living
then
on
Finn-
the air in Cincinnati.
and then Finn, she looks up at you when you kind of walk by, and she busts you checking out her cleavage. I assume you're embarrassed.
No, not at all.
Sweet.
Seems only natural to me.
Yeah.
Quite the bosom.
Do you say that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wide, lovely milking.
Thank you, Findabar. And then she kind of covers herself.
Yes.
All right, so you go in, and Mayor Deverin's behind her desk, and she bids you all to sit to a magically 6 seats have been set in sort of a semicircular fashion opposite her. Please, you must be tired. Have a seat.
Your breasts are noticeably smaller than the woman out front.
Do you say that?
Yeah. Under my breath.
Oh.
Okay. So Deverin bids you all sit, and she looks up to Jilbar and says, Jilbar, thank goodness you've all come back in one piece. But you look a little like you may have been through some travails. Please, tell me your tale.
Well, Mayor, not to speak of the elephant in the room, but if you see this giant-sized weapon, we brought this up for many reasons, but not the least of which is to show that there is some very strange things we found under our fair city. From the catacombs under the glassworks, it led through a series of chambers and then eventually came down to the sea level, and then there was another corridor from there, which went into what appears to be some sort of ancient, and by ancient, I even can't wrap my mind around it. Perhaps one of my comrades can give a better description, but ancient beyond reason, similar to some of the other, like the lighthouse itself, the remains of the lighthouse are supposed to be very, very old, but this complex was intact. And it seemed to be devoted to just frankly the focus on destruction and wrath. And there was a statue of some woman that I believe Ziggy actually knows, or was it Ziggy who figured that out? I think it was.
Yep.
Ziggy has some knowledge of, who was an ancient figure in some ancient empire, and was the embodiment of literally wrath. The concept of wrath and anger and destruction is what this complex, literally beneath our feet, is dedicated to. And we went through combat with creatures dedicated to that, undead creatures, and finally a small but fairly powerful demonic creature. There's an altar to Lamashtu, and
Wait, what? To whom?
to the goddess of monsters.
Oh, dear.
Yes. So there's a full story here to tell. We can walk you through all of the details, but I feel in my bones that some sort of consecration, or attempted consecration at a minimum, of the foulness beneath our feet needs to occur. I would love to, assuming you agree, bring Father Zontus into the conversation. And also, based on the runes and the languages we encounter down there, we think that Brodert Quink, if you think he is a stalwart in the town and trustworthy, his knowledge might be valuable, and his perspective might tell us more if we were able to take him down as well. But, first we wanted to come to you and tell you what we found. So all of this occurred, but we also found documents that indicate from Pseudo, and then where was the second set of documents? We found that in the Caverns of Wrath, correct? The second set?
Second set.
Second set. Oh, you mean the Bible of Lamashtu in that floating room?
Yep.
Well, where it was talking about the raid on Thistletop, Rip Nugget, and how Bruthasmus and now Malfeshnikor, all of that stuff.
Yeah, you got that intel from a combination of Pseudo's letter and your interrogations of Pseudo.
Right. Okay.
Under the charm person.
Gotcha. And so we have also discovered why our town was originally raided, and it wasn't what we thought of, just sort of a raid trying to take loot and cause havoc. There was a purpose to that raid, which we suspected, but now we know what it is. It was to steal Father Tobin's bones and apparently use those for some sort of a rite. In fact, we found that the mastermind behind all of this was none other than someone I at least thought was dead, Nualia.
She kind of
Dun,
looks at
dun,
you, shocked.
dun.
Nualia Tobin? Well, she died in
Yeah,
the fire. That's impossible, Jilbar.
apparently
She
she did
she
not.
died with the Father Tobin.
Uh, Apparently that is not true. Apparently, from what we found out from Pseudo's writing and from what he admitted under the effects of Charm Person, that his sister Ameko actually cast upon him. Um, they were lovers and have been lovers, and she
Lovers?
is the mastermind behind all of these recent assaults on the town and the goblins, and is gathering an army, has already gathered an army at Thistletop. And many of the leaders, including one of the leaders, I believe it was Corvus, uh, of one of the goblin tribes, was actually in the caverns beneath our feet. So all of these tribes have been united under Nualia's flag, so to speak, at Thistletop, but she's planning something worse and bigger, and we don't know
Worse than the
exactly.
raid we had?
Far worse. That was the equivalent of one tribe, but she has what, 6 or 7 tribes at a minimum at her command, and has at least one demonic ally, the one we fought below, who unfortunately escaped to warn her, and is trying to raise
Escaped?
more aid. Correct. So we'll
Unfortunately.
start walking her through the whole thing.
Yeah, so she sits down after you tell her everything and kind of literally clutches her pearls and sits down. Well, that's a lot to take in. And she kind of sits down and just stares off into the distance for a minute. She says, I remember babysitting Nualia once when I was a younger lady. We were close friends with the father. He was such a beautiful, angelic child. I can't. This is just. This is beyond my comprehension, Jilbar. And then
Believe it,
she
lady.
kind of shakes out of it, and she said she goes into mayor mode, and she says, "Right, well, it is what it is. We'll have to eat this elephant one bite at a time." So, um, right. Well, I've gotten word. A raven's come from uh, the it sounds as if Sheriff Hemlock had some trouble getting some men, and there's some internal divisions in Magnumar that he had to navigate. But the upshot is he was able to get a fairly robust platoon of men at arms to come bolster the city. I'm not quite clear how many, but somewhere in the range of 20. And they are marching back post haste, but it may be a day or two out. That's what I've gleaned. And with regard to Brodard, of course, he would be a useful ally in this. And he's the most learned man we know in town. And regarding these ancient things, and she looks at Findabar, and and then what was your other? She seems just kind of like overwhelmed. Oh,
Father Zantos.
Father Zantus. Yes, yes, of course. I mean, he would be obviously more than happy to help. Um, I just have a few questions as I wrap my head around this.
Absolutely.
You're saying that you think the threat from Thistletop is an order of magnitude greater than that which we experienced in the raid on Sandpoint. Is that what I'm understanding?
I would.
Sandpoint was a mere distraction.
Yeah, it's
The,
possible.
the initial raid was a mere distraction. Correct. The reason they raided, as from their own words, was to simply get Father Tobin's bones. It appears that Suto is the one who actually penetrated into the cathedral and into the mausoleum, took his bones, and then sent them to Nualia. Perhaps she was even here, but I don't get that sense. But maybe she was underneath, sort of orchestrating. But either way, the bones have now gotten to her, and it sounds as if she has already done some sort of foul ceremony at Thistletop. Here, it's actually in Suto's writing, and I can give her the scroll so she can actually
Right.
read it.
So she'll kind of pour through it quickly.
Yeah. So again, it seems as if this is all part of their plan for some sort of unholy ritual and to try and release whatever this creature Malfeshnikor is, and gain that as another advantage. Frankly, the goblins themselves, we have some experience dealing with now, and if Sheriff Hemlock and these men-at-arms come between that force and ours, goblins are worrisome and can be problematic and everything else, but in and of themselves, even organized, the goblins scare me less than what other sort of aid they're trying to summon and trying to gain to their side. But
So
as
let
they
me
get,
see if let me see if I understand this. You're telling me that there's a force assembling that is hundreds of goblins, mercenaries, demonic forces, and this magic user or whatever she is, Nualia, this fell sorceress, and they're all planning on raiding Sandpoint and razing it to the ground as soon as they're able.
we don't know exactly what their goal is, but we know for certain that she harbors ill intent to Sandpoint and is going to do whatever she can to bring destruction. Raising it to the ground, that I don't know, but there's nothing good that can result from her sending her forces here. And
But
we,
you say it says right here, because you had written a transcript of your interrogation with Pseudo under the charm person. Pseudo says that they're going to burn it all to the ground.
fair enough then. I apologize. I missed that point in my memory from 2 weeks ago. But yes, point being, they're going to do whatever they can to enact their hatred on our town. And in our minds, we wanted to confer with you, but our thought is we don't want to leave the town defenseless. For all we know, they've already marched. Fighting them in the open would be far more difficult than fighting them at town walls. So our thought is to wait for Sheriff Hemlock and his forces, and then we will pursue and head towards Thistletop and try and cut the head off the snake, so to speak. But we think it best not to do that until the sheriff returns. But we wanted to confer with you, and again, if Fathers Antus and Brodern are willing to go into these caverns beneath the town, perhaps we can find out more, and perhaps also there's something. And unfortunately, I'm a follower of Abadar, but I've not the powers that Father Zantus has in terms of consecration and trying to get rid of the foul shrine that's down there already to this goddess of monsters. Her name I shan't repeat again, but there's something very vile down there that is bears further investigation and preventative measures.
I understand.
Hey, Horton, did we
It's
have a reason to believe that Nualia was performing a ritual and she wanted to complete the ritual before she raided the town, or am I making that?
No, that's why we know that she got Father Tobin's bones and actually used those in a ritual at Thistletop that started some sort of transformation. We know that.
Right.
It's not
So she's
speculation.
already done that. That's already happened. Okay.
Yeah.
And okay, so she says, well, this seems like we have a very difficult decision to make, but I'm not sure we can make this decision until we get counsel from Broderd. Here's my initial conflict in my own mind, and tell me what you guys think. Especially you, Findabar, because your intelligence is much faster than mine, and anybody here, of course. No, she doesn't say that. So on the one hand, we need the sheriff to come back, and without you or the sheriff, we are left exposed. But on the other hand, we have this terrible we have this terrible threat that it may be bearing down on us any day, or maybe not for a month. We don't know.
Correct.
And then, well, let me ask you this: are these so-called catacombs underneath the town secure, or are there still further horrors down there for us to contend with?
They're not secure.
Well,
They're not secure. What?
We
they are secure. There do seem to be. They do go further down and deeper down, but it's been blocked, and it's secure in that matter.
We
so
could not tell
we don't
if
know
they
what
were
the
secure.
levels we can't reach, but the levels we have cleared are secure.
So they're not secure. But you think, how have they been blocked?
there was a passageway going further down where literally there was a cave-in, and
Hmm,
with
I
there
see.
was no safe way for us to excavate that area.
Well, right. So we're going to have to make some uncomfortable choices here, I suppose, given all of the dynamics of our present circumstances. We just can't worry about whatever fell evil lurks below those rocks at this point. So,
Correct.
Typically, amphibians are not great diggers.
I know. I know you're the
she'll look
leader
at
to hit.
Findabar and kind of look confused and say, and she'll pause and reflect a minute and says, "Thank you, Findabar, for that
Yes.
insight."
Yes.
And
Yes.
and then she'll say, and then she says, "What? This is also difficult. Um, this is what I think. I think we need to get Broderd and Xantus down there, and we need to learn more information about whatever you've come across, get their perspectives. When you're down there, if of course I'm asking so much of you guys already, but if you would deign to go down with them and provide escort, then perhaps with whatever new information you can glean with their aid, you can make a further assessment about the security or lack thereof of the catacombs. And then perhaps we can meet back in these chambers as soon as you are finished, and then we will be, I think, in our best position we're going to be able to make some very important decisions. Is that something that makes sense to you?
Mm-hmm.
That all is exactly along the lines of what we were thinking. The only question is this something where, this we'll be throwing this at Brodert and Father Xantus? It's dinner time now. Do we think it's something that we wish to discuss briefly with them tonight and then proceed tomorrow? Or just timing wise, what do you think is best? I just hate to call them out of their homes and out of the cathedral and tell them at 6 o'clock in the evening that you're coming with us. That might
Well,
not
I
be.
guess one question would be: is it safe down there at night? Is there some
It,
greater evil there at night?
Mm.
it's a fair question, and although we are all relatively healthy at this point, it has been a hard day. We might be better equipped to deal with anything we find in the morning.
Mm, of course, of course. But then we have this ticking time bomb.
Yes,
Mm,
yes.
very difficult, very difficult.
Uh,
Ah,
I would say it is worth making sure that whatever watch is on the town is, if we aren't already on high alert, we certainly need to be.
yes, yes. I've already redoubled the town guard's efforts, and you can maybe work with Decker and Kington to array our meager forces how you see fit with respect to that. I guess I would take a moment to ask all of you heroes. Jilbar, I think I understand your perspective. What you all have a great grave stake. In fact, you're risking your lives in this endeavor for which we can never repay. What do you all think we should do? Should you press on tonight or wait until the morning? Is Jilbar's counsel? I wouldn't ask to send you guys your group down there unless you had a solid consensus. So what say each of you?
It's 6 o'clock, Horton. Is that what time it is?
Like 5.
I just need some grog, and I'm good to go.
I just learned there's a whorehouse in town, and I'm probably going to need to go examine it.
That's a
Did you say that?
FBI.
Then Finn, that's a
Yeah.
fish store. That's the fishmonger, not a
Yes.
whorehouse.
I have even more urgent need to find
Yeah.
a fish store.
All right, Ben. So what do you really say?
Finn agrees with Gilbar. I think that for now the threat below this area to the town is minimal. We've done a good job at neutralizing the easy ingress and egresses out, and we couldn't find any other passages leading in or out other than the ones where they were already collapsed. There was some very unusual phenomena down there where certain members of the party could hear or couldn't hear something. I don't yet know enough to speculate on what exactly is going on
Which
there.
members of which members and what did you hear?
Well, I heard what could best be described as demonic or childlike, depending on your experience raising children. They may be synonymous, but speaking in my ear, I really don't remember the exact words right now, unfortunately, but my eidetic memory is not as good as the guy who plays me, or vice versa. So,
Yes, that's understandable.
and unfortunate.
So,
But either way, I believe there is another presence that exists down there in some form or the other, perhaps through that Temple of Lamashtu that was described to you earlier. There is some sort of transference from another plane down there. I couldn't really speculate. Another expert coming in to cross-check my work would be helpful, but I don't think that would be most helpful tonight. But perhaps the studying could begin in earnest of texts, and I'd certainly think that some understanding of ancient Thassalon would go a long way into deciphering what we are finding here, and maybe we can start gathering some books to educate ourselves on that.
yes, of course. Well, Brodo would be the one to talk to for that. Zigior.
I think that, as you said, there's too much to do in too little time. So we must not waste time. Whether we need to go down there tonight to do that investigation, I do not know. Whereas I fully feel everywhere we cleared is safe and is fine. At the same time, I also know that we are tired after a battle and we have we have to get ready for a long journey. So
Of course.
I feel that maybe we set up a plan to go in the morning, and maybe we talk to Broder and let him know we could visit so he could prepare the right text and the right books and the right tomes for translations. That might be a good setup. I think we also should start equipping ourselves, and we just need to do something tonight. So maybe we should equip ourselves tonight, and we go back down there tomorrow morning by the light of the day when it's safer.
Yeah, that's good counsel. You maybe have some difficulty equipping yourselves. Most of the shops are closing, but I take your point. Last but not least, Dontarius, what say you?
So, ma'am, does that 25% off at local shops for the Heroes of Sandpoint, does that apply to all the shops in Sandpoint? That 25% off?
Yeah. She kind of gives you a little glint of her eye and says, if I said anything about that, I misspoke. I don't have the purview of, we're a democracy here, and
I'm sure a letter of
couldn't,
introduction would smooth that out, right, with the local.
Oh, I would
merchants?
never assume to interfere. Well, of course, you could ask Jill Bard because he is, of course, president of our Chamber of Commerce, but I think I would be in trouble from him if I even suggested that.
Of course, ma'am. I was actually asking for a friend. I'd have
Yes,
little need
of
of those
course.
kinds of dalliances with discounts.
Yeah, of course. I know you would never
I
consider
can't even
that.
keep track of them every time I pull them out. They're expired.
Well,
So,
isn't that so true? And then she'll wink at Jill Bard.
For 5 million gold pieces,
now
I hear you can get a,
with that said,
book
ma'am,
for-
I do need to stock up, as they say. So, with that said, we just came from that place. It didn't look like it was in trouble when we left. I think we're okay for a while.
I mean,
Okay.
if the stores are shut, I do think we need to do something this evening. If the
Well-
stores are shut, maybe we should bring it's. Maybe we should do that tomorrow morning, and we should bring.
Well, you are. Here's my counsel after having heard all of yours. You're all tired. You've had a terribly trying day. You've done well. You've done great deeds, but I'm sure you're spent. You need a rest and rejuvenation. But those things could be accomplished perhaps with a repast. Perhaps we can gather Brodard and Father Xantus and you guys could have a meal together and compare notes and fill them in on and they could fill you in on based on what you tell them and you guys could formulate a plan as a group and then maybe perhaps in the light of day and in the holy light of Desna you could make out for the catacombs in the morning.
Sounds like
To
a
the
deal.
Bordello.
I think that plan is for the best. If it is possible to gather them, do you think we should gather here, or do you think we should gather elsewhere?
Well, we don't have food here.
Rush the
There's some
dragon it
leftover
is.
boar, isn't there?
The dragon.
To the
Well,
dragon.
I would say Amaka would be more than happy to give us the back room where the event room, the event space where she could be
Yeah.
having her staff serve us and we would be out of earshot of prying ears as it were.
The Timberline Lounge.
Yes.
What does
I
this
believe
man
it's
look like?
I believe it's called the Dragon's Tooth Chamber, but I'm not quite sure.
What does this mayor look like? Because in my head, she looks like Linda Carter. So that makes the Lonnie Anderson, Sandy, and
But
Linda
everybody
Carter
looks like in your head.
Yeah.
No, she's pretty homely. I think I gave you guys a picture of her. And then I had her. I'm trying to remember who I had plain Mayor Devlin. I think this is what I'll say. Do you remember in what Brat Pack movie was it? Who's the actress? Not Ali Sheedy.
Molly Ringwald.
Not Molly Ringwald. The other one.
Mayor Winningham?
Demi
Yeah,
Moore?
maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Oh,
I'm trying to remember.
Technically
Was
not
it?
Brack Pat. Demi Moore, right?
Oh
No,
no,
it's not
Mary
Demi Moore.
Stuart Masterson? Is that who you're thinking of?
Wait, I'm gonna see.
I'll take Ali Sheedy for 1,000, Alex.
Yeah, that's a good guess.
I just pulled them up. Here we go. No, there's 15 more. See, it spans a
There's
wide
there's Brat
group.
Pack adjacent.
It's Mayor Winningham. Yeah, no, you were right. It's Mayor Winningham. Mayor Winningham.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be worth a Quaker point. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
And can I call bullshit that they have Ralph Macchio as part of the Brat Pack?
No, he
Steve
definitely
was
was.
listening, not-
Brack
was
Pack
listening, not-
adjacent. I'll give it to him.
I'm not giving that to him. Come on.
Ah.
But anyway, so at that she says, Sandy, and Sandy comes in. Yes, Mayor. Could you please have Decker? And she kind of grabs a quill and a piece of paper, and she dashes off a couple notes. And on the top it says Father Xantus on one, and on the other says Brodard Quink. Could you have Decker and send a couple men to deliver these immediately? Why, yes, Mayor. And she leans over to grab them, and her bosom is spilling out right over DTDC.
Oh, excuse me, man.
From the top.
It's a beautiful day today. It's a beautiful day.
And she winks at Dontaris and says, "Oh, you are a charmer, DTD." And then she scurries out. So, you guys find yourselves, and it's kind of October-ish, I think is the equivalent. So it's kind of, by the time you kind of wrap up with her, it's 5:30, sun setting, shops are closing up. It's a brisk day, evening, cool. There's a cool chill coming from the direction of Thistletop, as if Nualia's cold spells were reaching out to blow a chill through your bones from a distance. And you've got, most of you are at the Dragon. You have that rumor that Ameko's given you in perpetuity. I know a few of you were at the Vaulted Arms. I'd say Mayor Deverin says, "I told everybody to meet at the Dragon at 7. So you have a little bit of time if you want to clean up."
Yeah.
Perfect. My friends, perhaps we wish to drop off all of our newly acquired goods at the Vaulted Arms until we can liquidate them tomorrow.
Mhm.
And I'll purchase
Seems
those that
Yes.
bow and the daggers.
And the cold
Absolutely.
iron
Okay.
And we
arrows.
go over there.
So you go over
Arrows.
now. Did you all go to the Arms, or just some of you, and do the rest of you go to the Dragon to wash up, or how are we splitting the D on this?
Haradras.
I'll go to the Dragon. Ziggy's going to the Dragon.
Okay.
I'm hanging out with DTD.
Okay. DTD, where are you going?
Well, I'm going to the Vaulted Arms to
Okay.
conclude
So
our
you go to the
transaction.
Arms. Finn, what about you?
Yeah, I'm gonna check out Jill Barr's wife again.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like we'll say Dojo
You with me,
goes with.
kid.
We'll say Dojo goes with Ziggy back to the Dragon to get washed up. So you guys
Because
all
he is
go.
washed up.
Yeah, Dojo is loser.
Totally.
So you guys start walking. So DTD or Ziggy, you go to the Dragon without incident. You go in, and Mako's on the back, and Polly just says, "Oh yes, your room is waiting for you," and she winks at you. And then because you were one of the rakish men who saved her, and then the rest of you are starting to walk toward the Vaulted Arms when a couple of like street toughs come up to you. "Hey, what you got there, old man? What you got there? Maybe we won't sit."
We'll begin
He wants
working
it,
on
you gotta
unbuckling
get
my
some.
pants.
These street
Come
toughs are.
come through me.
Awful lot of street toughs here.
And they both look
Yeah.
at Glurk. Glurk, make an intimidate check.
Yeah. That's a huge roll. Way to start it out tonight, Glurk.
Good work.
All right, that is a 13.
A 13. They look a little unsure of themselves, but they say, "Yeah, we ain't afraid no halfie."
Lads, you best be off with yourselves. We are not the folks to mess with this evening.
Hopefully they
Make
got
an intimidate check.
I'm gonna go ahead. For me, it's diplomacy, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Yeah. That is a dirty 20, my friend.
Oh wow. They both kind of look at each other, and one whispers to the other, "Hey, that's Jabbar. He owns the Arms. He's on the council." And then the other one looks at him and he says, "Oh, wait, ain't no trouble, sir. Right. You have yourselves a nice evening." And then they go running off.
Keep your noses clean, boys, or I'll let your parents know what you're up to.
thugs
Yes,
at
sir.
Sandpoint.
That they're robbing people in the street? Yeah, we probably should let their parents know. That's how we should keep from them.
right.
Unless there's some profit, in it,
boys,
of course.
boys will be boys. I mean, they stole all my stuff. Oh, darn.
Hey, Gilbar's the sheriff right now, so
Yeah, no. Dirty sheriff.
real hands-off approach. All right, so you get to the arms without further incident, and you guys can transact your business, wash up, do what you will.
I'm
we'll
gonna just destroy your bathroom.
Oh,
I'll make sure to get him in the sort of guest area.
well, you do have the area where you wash the animals.
It doesn't need to be that, but we'll get him to the guest area for sure.
Okay.
I'm curious
And,
about this animal washing area. This sounds like a learning experience for me. So,
yeah. So we'll secure everything in the actual armory portion of the smithy. I'll get a chance to talk with Renata real briefly, say hi to the kids. I'll let John, you'll be interested to know. We had your 5th birthday at the Timberline room at the Dragon. We're going to be meeting there soon. I know how much you enjoyed that day.
It was such a happy day, Papa.
Indeed. There you go, boy. And I'll muss his hair up a little bit.
Yeah.
Uh,
Can I see that big weapon you have? Is that a big poker?
oh God, no.
Oh my god.
Can I play with the
dirty.
poker?
It's very sharp. Be careful. We're gonna.
He's gonna try to pick it up, and he can't even move it. But he starts trying to drag it with all his might.
Scamp.
If you listen to your mother and you do what high tech tells you around the forge, you help out every day. Someday soon you'll be strong enough to lift such a mighty weapon.
a naked Pindabar walks in. Is that your first dildo?
Is that your first rancer?
What's a dildo, Papa?
Right.
The
Rancer.
It's actually called the Rancer. That's just a translation from a different language, I believe.
Okay, Papa, someday I look forward to fighting with a rancid. It'll be so much fun. And then he runs off. All right, so you guys finish your bizzo, and then I presume you head to the vaulted arms?
Yeah, the dragon, you mean? Yes.
Or the dragon, sorry. So, Ziggy, you and Dojo go upstairs and have your ablutions, clean up, do your stuff. And let's say you're done by about 6:30. You're gonna go down and have a cocktail before the crew, or what are you doing? Oh no!
He's on mute.
Watching the
All right.
Gladiator
Well,
movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Has it all been set up? Has it all been set up with the Mako yet? That we got the bungalow room or whatever.
Yeah. So you went up there and you cleaned up, and you kind of. Well, I guess I don't even know how you guys tell time in this world. So you surmise it's not quite 7.
I'll
Go look at the sun.
I'll go down to conference room B.
What about at night? Well, that's more difficult.
Yeah. So you go down to conference room B, and you see Polly and the halfling, whose name escapes me right now, Bertha, and they're setting out, cutlery and plates and goblets and bringing jugs of water and wine in, and it looks like it's going to be quite a grand feast. Are you going to hang in there, or are you going to go up to the bar?
If I see Polly, I'll see if Polly can bring me some wine. Hey, Polly, how's it going?
Hey, how are we doing tonight, Sigior?
Oh, I'm doing good.
I'm so busy right now, hon. Why don't you have a sit at the bar, and I'll bring you a drink there.
Sounds good. Sounds great. I go belly up to the bar. Come on,
right.
Dojo. He wants
so Dojo sits next to you, and he's ordering water.
Hot water.
Hot water. And she doesn't even actually have to have it ordered. She brings him his hot water, and she brings you a pint, and oh, here you go, hon. And you're sitting there, and then about 2 minutes later, a big, gruff-looking guy kind of sits next to you and orders a big tankard of ale and says, "All right, you one of the Heroes of Sandpoint, ain't you?"
That's, we've been called that, but I just like to think of myself as Ziggery. Nice to meet you, sir. What's your name?
My name? People here call me Brood.
Brood. What brings you
Nice
into
to
the
meet
rest?
you.
What brings you into the rest of Dragon tonight, Brood?
Oh, just closed up shop. No, I'm looking to have knock a few back before I have to go back to the old lady, if you know what I mean.
Well, I don't. Unfortunately, myself, I have not found that luxury love of my life. But who knows? Maybe tonight. I kind of look over at.
Are you one of those? Are you one of those queer ones? I mean, I'm not judging or anything, but you like
No.
you like somebody sticking it from you behind or something, or
No,
what's going on with you?
I'm quite not into that, my friend. I
Oh,
thought I implied by my glance that I kind of have feelings for Miss Ameko over there, but I mean, she's so cool, and I'm just a nerd, so you know.
yeah. You best steer clear of that one. She's a witchy woman.
I've seen it. I've seen her effect she's had on some of my friends. Not good. Not good.
Well, yeah. Okay. Well, I best be off now. And he
Brood,
just slams the rest of the beer.
sounds good. What kind of business are you in, though, Brood? What kind of shop do you own?
Cattle rustling.
Oh, okay. That's a good, honest work. Nice.
Yeah.
Man,
That
And then he just
Sandpoint.
walks away.
the lax laws in this town are
Right. Cattle thievery is just considered normal business. Yeah.
Right, yeah, that's a good work in this
Good
town.
honest business.
You know,
I love it. That's good honest work. And then and then like a minute later, Ameko comes over and says, "Hey, who's that guy?
his
I've never
name's
seen him
Brood.
here before in my life."
No, he said his name was Brood. He's got a missus. Does some cattle rustling, I guess. Which
Cattle rustling? Well, Ziggy, you know that's illegal, don't you? You should report him to the authorities. I guess you are the authorities. Report him to yourself.
Well, what do you think I should do? You think I should bring him in?
We got our hands full, don't we? Don't we, Ziggy? And then she winks at you and she walks away.
This one's fine, but you know, the real sheriff's coming back. I'll let him know. Keep an eye out for that Brood fella.
All right, so 7:00 comes around. All you guys start filing in. And Father Xantus, of course, is 5 minutes early. And he takes a seat and he welcomes you. Ziggy, it's nice to see that you're no worse from the wear after your adventures. I'm sure we'll hear all about it.
Actually. I mean, I'm a bit of a scholar myself, and amazing discoveries today. I can't wait to talk to Brodar about it.
Oh, yes. I hear he's coming too. Right, well, shall we go in? And he motions you to the back room.
I'll go after you, my friend.
Everybody's filing in, and then Brodard comes tottering in eventually with his cane, and he's got what looks to be some sort of spectacles on, and he's got a satchel full of books slung over.
It's not a satchel full of dildos.
No.
Finn
he
walks
kind of-
by naked again and says,
No.
"Hey."
I would call the bag of dildos more of a rucksack than a satchel.
Actually, just the colloquial is a bag of dicks.
Yeah, right.
And he sits down and talks about a bag of dicks. No, so he sits down. He naturally goes to the head of the table without being asked, and sits down and kind of collapses and is out of breath and says, "Young man, would you mind helping me with these books?" He says to you, Ziggy.
No, that seems fun. What did you pack with you, Mike? We've met before. I don't know if you went into your shop of maps. It was quite fascinating. You have quite a collection. And
I have no shop. I have no shop of maps, you nitwit.
It's not really. Who was
No,
the
no,
mascot?
he was the scholar down the road playing chess at the festival.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Who's the dude who owns all the maps?
That is the guy right by the vaulted arms. I can't even remember his name. The gnome.
Oh yeah, I can tell you, it's Vesnu Tyrone, gnome owner of Nexus.
Nice. Very good.
So
So you kind of help him up, and he kind of is coveting his books and kind of giving you looking at you askance when you try to read any of them, even though they're in various ancient languages.
I tried.
So you get Brodert all settled in, Xantus. Then the mayor comes in, and she kind of bids everyone sit, and she stands up and she says, "Father, could you lead us in a prayer to start this most auspicious meeting?" And he stands up and he says, "Mother Desna, please bless the food to our body and give us guidance. Give us your guidance as we make monumental and momentous decisions to help protect the town of Sandpoint and hopefully rid our land of the scourge that has been bedeviling us. In the name of Desna," and then he makes a sign. And he sits. And then Polly comes in and pours everybody wine and water and scurries out. And then the mayor stands up and says, "First of all, thank you all for coming to the Heroes of Sandpoint. Once again, we greatly appreciate everything that you have done for our town. And though we are loath to ask more of you we must ask. And thank you, Brodert, for coming in on this short notice. We believe that after you hear of the adventures of our heroes in the last 24 hours, you might be able to lend insight to some of the grave dilemmas that we face." And then she says, "And Father Xantus, I would say the same of you. And as you I know are always ready to help the town." And without further ado, I would ask for Jill Barr to come up and give a brief summary of the events of the last 24 hours. And then you recount it all, unless you want to do it again.
No, once is enough.
So you kind of, and as you're recounting it, you see Father Xantus giving like looking down in horror and giving the sign of Desna multiple times, and you see Broder just looking in amazement, kind of a combination of incredulity, excitement, and something else you can't quite place. And he looks at you, and you could tell at various points he wants to interrupt you to ask questions, but he holds himself back. And then after you're finished, there's a pause, and then Mayor says, "Brodert, perhaps you could, after everything you've heard, perhaps you could give us some background and insight into what you think the forces at work are, or any insight you could give us into some of these ancient whereabouts and doings and things that are beyond all of our ken." And he kind of takes a drink of wine and then grabs his cane and totters up, and he says, "Yes, most remarkable. I will endeavor to do what I can." And he kind of pauses and reflects and thinks for a minute. And he says, "Perhaps it's best to start with a brief, very summary brief, almost ridiculously brief, but such as the times we live in and the moment, I believe, can only hold for this. Brief we must be, because if we're not brief,
Okay.
well, there's so many things that, I should be covering in order for you to get the full scope of what I believe we're dealing with. Brevity is such a difficult thing with such immense subjects." And then after, like, he goes on like this for about 3 minutes, and then the mayor kind of Brodert, we really need you to be brief. And he looks at her and he says, of course. My apologies. My mind is racing." And he pauses for a minute and he says, does anybody know anything about ancient Thassalon? And he just lets it hang over. And everyone kind of looks around and, kind of varying levels of ignorance. Finn, do you say anything, or are you just going to let him go on?
Well, Ziggy was
Oh, that's right. It was Ziggy.
our
So
superstar.
Ziggy,
Yeah. Yep.
Ziggy, do you want to say anything, or do you want to let him?
Well, as a group, we have some passing. When we explained what we found down there below, I think and I think I'm familiar with the term Rune. Chris?
What'd you say?
Oh, you cut out, dude.
Oh, like Ziggy would be familiar with that woman was a Rune. The term Rune Lord. Does that count? Like, would I know that?
Yeah. You. I believe you were the one who knew her name.
Right. So, and I know what she is.
Yep. And you do know. You think at least bits and pieces of that, of the history of
Yeah.
the
Well, this is
ancient
my
kingdom.
mother's land, so I do know a bit. I kind of talk about what I know and what I've briefed everyone else on. One thing, really quick, did we copy down some of that weird? Didn't you
You're cutting in and out, but is it only for me that he's cutting in and out?
No,
No,
you're cutting it
No,
out
he's
for
cutting
me
in and
too,
out.
Phil.
it's the
Damn
same
it.
microphone that we've had problems with all the time.
Timmy.
Good boy, Tim.
Salty.
Hey,
Yeah.
salty. Hey, I'll
I see
log
the
in and out.
wrath
log-
is kind of filling all of us.
Yeah. Rune Lord shit going on.
Yeah.
Hardcore.
I'll log out and come back in, but
Yeah, we'll give you 2 minutes.
but Finn, did you take notes in a notebook? I think you did.
Of
Maybe that writing, because I remember I had parchment, but you had said you had a notebook. And
yes, I think that's exactly right.
You did copy, and I made it a handout. You copied that those weird runes that you saw in blood.
Gotcha.
So you can show him that, but
Yep.
and remember it said, well, you don't know what, or did I tell you what it said?
I don't think
Find
so.
it.
No, I don't think you did.
I don't think we knew what it said.
Right. So you can share that tonight.
Yep.
All right, tell you rebooting.
Yeah, just give me a second. We'll do it in 2 seconds.
I am
Bye-bye.
very interested in learning more on this subject, if possible. I find my depth of knowledge lacking.
Yes.
Is that better? See if that's better.
Yes.
Seems
Hopefully-
Yep.
Seems like it's better.
Okay, so Brodard says, yes, quite good, Ziggy. You're quite right. We could share notes later, but I think I'm going to give a brief overview for the laymen here, and lay women, as it were. And then he kind of sits up and gathers his thoughts and says, Thassalon, or should I say what we refer to as ancient Thassalon, was founded by the benevolent Emperor Zin. He who first harnessed the mysterious power of rune magic. You see, Zin was exiled by the mystics who ruled an even more ancient realm of Aslands. All we know about Aslands is that it is a lost continent in the Arcadian Ocean that, it would seem, was the first center of human culture in all of Galeria. And he kind of lets that hang out there for a minute as you're all kind of looking around in amazement. Zin was exiled from Aslands, it was said, for promoting the belief that the Aslanti could learn something from and should cooperate with the other races of Galarian. He and his followers left the distant continents of Aslant as such and traveled to northwestern Avestan, just a place very far away, to establish a new nation, a nation we now refer to as Ancient Thassalon. And in fact, the nation we now, or in the area we now know as Varesia. In fact, under our feet are the bones of Thassalon, both figuratively and literally. And at that, like a window, there's like they actually do have glazed glass, and a window blows open in the shutter and kind of snaps, and everybody just flips out.
What?
In doing so, in making this pilgrimage from Aslant to this new land, Zin brought advanced civilization to the people who live there. The people we know today as the Shoanti and the Varesians. Though the exact dates are hard to gauge exactly, at least with my scholarship, it is believed that Zin began the formation of the Thessalonian Empire around 6,500 AR. Or I should say, for you laymen, Absalom reckoning, which takes its origin from the moment the god Eridan lifted the Star Stone from the depths of the inner sea and founded the city of Absalom. In events we date to one Abadias AR. But I digress. In fact, I have no
How many
time to
years was that?
I have no time to
many years-
educate you on any of that. So don't ask. That is you would know you're in 40, what is it now? 4507, something like that. So it's about 10,000 years ago.
Okay, thanks. So it should come a long time ago.
Very ancient.
Like from the ruins of Aslan came the rise of the Rune Lords.
Indeed. Enough of you, Findabar. Anyway, as I was saying, as the size of this nation of Thassalon grew, Emperor Zin divided Thassalon into 7 fiefdoms and entrusted his advisors to rule them in his stead. Each of them specialized in a different school of magic, as he cast his gaze at Findabar, and was guided by one of the Aslante's 7 virtues of rule. They indeed became known as the 7 Rune Lords. Findabar, can you educate us on these 7 virtues of Thessalonian rule?
Well, I believe I can. The 7 virtues are amphibian, reptile, mammal, avian.
That is not correct, Finn.
Well, I told you it's an area of my study that is lapsed, but I've only
Yes, I
just come
see
out of
that.
a box. So
Yes,
I know
I
enough.
will take it from here. Thank you. These 7 virtues were generosity, zeal, charity, love, humility, kindness, and temperance. Over time, it seems that Zin's personal influence over the Thessalonian world waned. With this, his noble ideals were also pushed to the wayside, making way for the villainy of the Rune Lords, who became more sinful as their power waxed, and eventually who gained even more power than Zin himself, but did so on the backs of the sweats of the people of Thassalon. And then the shudders again.
Somebody get that goddamn window.
Yeah, close that goddamn window.
No, and then he's gonna look at Findabar. What window, Findabar?
Hmm.
No, I'm
Dum
joking.
dum dum.
Eventually, the Rune Lords, as they were so called by now, deposed Zin, declaring themselves the monarchs of the seven realms of Thassalon. It was under their leadership the nation fell into decadence, depravity, and cruelty for hundreds of years. Indeed, the very seven virtues of the Emperor Zin were warped in their vileness to be the seven sins we know. Generosity was transformed into greed. Zeal turned to sloth. Charity to envy. Love to lust. And he casts his gaze at DTD. Humility, pride. Kindness, wrath. And he glances at Glort. Temperance, gluttony. And it seems like he might have cast a look at the father, but you're not sure. Then something changed everything. Something by the name, well, at least that we name it in the modern times, we historians, is Earthfall, which we know very little about. We only know that it was the cataclysmic event of such a magnitude, in which a swarm of space objects, including the mythical Starstone, scattered into Galarian from the heavens. This was approximately, so we date it to be, 5,300 AR. It resulted in the destruction of the empires of Thassalon and Aslan, which were both consumed by earthquakes, tidal waves, and utter destruction. Indeed, the cloud of dust thrown up by the Starstone's impact settled on Galarian's upper heavens and blotted out the sun for 1,000 years, they say, creating what we know as the Age of Darkness. But I digress. Bam! There goes that window again.
Damn it.
When
Vin's gonna go
Earth
stand in front of the window.
When Earthfall finally struck, Thassalon was already on its last legs, say the chroniclers that are extant, and would not have lasted long had the cataclysmic event not occurred. Each of the evil Rune Lords foresaw this doom and made various preparations to survive the fiery apocalypse that had claimed so many. This is where the trail, or at least everything in my research, goes cold. All I know is that their followers were somehow powered by the mighty artifacts known as Runewell, powered in turn by something known as sin magic, which in some way was derived from the very sins of the Rune Lords and their followers. Legend has it that many of these rune wells still exist, although without a Rune Lord's presence, they are said to have all gone dormant. It's also written that there once existed a veritable network, if you will, of minor rune wells throughout the land that were somehow, and for reasons lost to us, linked to the major rune wells of the Rune Lords. And here's my last point that should run you all of the blood in each of your bodies to cold. Legend has it that these rune wells will lie dormant until such time that a Rune Lord rises again at which time the rune wells associated with their power, greater and lesser, will be reactivated. If this thing below in the catacombs is, as I suspect, a minor rune well, and if it is, as I suspect, creating sin spawn, it can only mean one thing. The Rune Lords are no longer dead. They are no longer defunct. They are no longer cast into the abyss. But they, or at least one of their member, has reanimated and risen again and exists in Galarian now. And then he sits down, totters back to his seat. Mayor Deverin kind of lets everything hang and stands up and says, "Thank you, Brodard. Does anybody have any questions of our eminent scholar?"
What exactly does a rune well do? How does it work? What can you describe that more?
A rune well is said to be the, how shall I put this? Think of it as a flycatcher for sin. Through some strange rune magic that is beyond my understanding, the ancient rituals say that if you, as I understand it at least, and it's all very circumstantial, but the rune wells feed off of the sins of the area. They feed off of the death in the area, and somehow, like a flycatcher, they trap the souls of those who have departed and somehow distill the sin from them. And this sin manifests into horrible creatures called sin spawns.
Yeah,
If
we've
the
seen
proper
some of them.
rituals are done.
We've seen a
And
few.
it sounds like, and I can't be sure until I examine it further, what you witnessed in these catacombs, which I'm now beginning to suspect and have for years, and nobody listened to me. Part of the very Thessalonian ruins that should be found in this part of the world. And if that's the case, we may be sitting on a minor rune well. And if that's the case, we are doomed.
Tell me, when did Saruman the Wise abandon reason for madness? And the window pops open.
Yeah. And right when he says doom, the window shudders again. Bam! Yes, and I am an old man and I must get my sleep. I have much to think about, and I would like to speak with all of you and get your reflections before tomorrow. So I would ask that we sup, we discuss whatever you can remember of what you've seen, and you let me gather my books and meditate on it overnight, and we will go first thing into these catacombs of wrath, one might call them. Does anyone else have any questions for Brodard right now?
Yes, how did you learn of this ancient magic?
How did I learn of this ancient magic? I've spent a lifetime, my boy. I've spent many a lifetime researching it. Being up all night, without family or friend, obsessing over this, knowing that one day, just maybe, my diligent study would come to its fruition when it is needed most, for just such a moment as this. I studied in the greatest schools in the temples of Magnemar. I studied at the feet of Sir Angus Wallington, the greatest sorcerer of his day. I will say no more because, quite frankly, you would not understand.
True.
You got
I was
Smitty and
just
Mr. Broder
curious, man.
flipping pages all your life.
Mhm.
Now, does anyone else have any pressing questions for me, or can I begin my stuff?
Broder, thank you for all of the information, and yes, please begin. Father Xantus, it seems as if, well, first of all, we had promised long ago to try and find out what circumstances were related to the disappearance of Father Tobin's remains, and unfortunately we have done so. But if what Broder is saying is true, and these are ancient artifacts, relics beneath us, dedicated to evil, in this case wrath, and this altar of Lamashtu, I know we'll know more tomorrow, but what do you think we can do to combat that?
What can anyone do to combat such reckless hate?
Mhm.
And then,
I love that
That's
this
what
turned
he's
into Lord of the
asking you.
Rings. Yeah.
and then once again, boom. So Father will stand up and say, Jobar, and he looks, and you could tell he's shaking. He says, Jobar, I don't know. I will have to consult my brothers, and we shall pray on this. Desna will provide. I do not doubt, but to say my faith has been shaken tonight would be an understatement. This is to have this great evil below the very vessel of Desna's grace. It just doesn't make sense to me. I must meditate on it. But I assure you, by morning, I will be ready to combat whatever evil lies below.
The dildo
And
of
then,
Jim Sandpoint will sound once more in the night.
Did you say
bam!
that we could tell that he was faking it?
Shaking.
Oh,
I think he said shaking.
okay. I
No,
was
no,
like,
he was he was shaking. Like you could tell he's trying to keep it together, but this news is like shaking him to his core. Like
yeah.
this is more than he signed up. And okay, so does anybody else have any other questions for Broderd or the father tonight?
I think we'll have many more questions tomorrow, but for tonight, let us share our stories and answer any questions you have. Let's have this fine meal, and we can regain our strength for the morrow.
So so then Polly and um, Biddy, what the hell's the Bethany? What's the Hobbit's name? I'm blanking it.
Pathana? Pathana?
Bathana,
Frodo.
thank you. Yeah, Bathana. They start bringing the meals in, and it's a wonderful meal. Trenchers of roast, and probably from that cattle that before it got fully rustled, and new potatoes boiled with some herbs on them and carrots and some freshly baked bread. It looks just wonderful. And you compare notes. Xantus is being very quiet. And he just looks down at his food and quietly eats as if he's in deep contemplation. Broderd, on the other hand, is peppering all of you with questions. Very weird details at times. He was especially interested in the in that dirty well water that was outside of the final chamber. Um, and he says, kind of half to himself, could those be the waters of Lamashtu? I don't know. I must consult my books. And he makes some frantic notes. And he seems to be writing down every scrap of information you guys give him. And he's asking some really obscure questions down to the coloration of the statue, certain smells in rooms, all kinds of crazy things.
Well, I'll hand in the vial of water that I gathered.
Now, where did you gather that? Did you gather that in the well that had the key in it?
Yes.
Yes, the one that refilled.
Well, no, the refill
earlier
was
on, where the Vargulis were.
In the hallway before we go down the passage. Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, you mean before you went in at the end?
No,
No,
it wasn't the murky water.
It wasn't
was
the
the
murky,
water.
and it wasn't the other one. It was the first one.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is. I gotta pull it up. Actually, I gotta check something. Give me 1 second here. Washington. He smells it and studies it, and then he goes and confers with the father. And to the best of their understanding, it's just purified water that is some sort of permanent spell cast on it, similar to create water. So it's just water.
Can I do a knowledge check to see if I know what the waters of Lamashtu is?
Yeah, go for it.
Sweet.
Let me know what you roll.
I will. I'm going to add a 6 to this just a second, and a die 6 as well. And not great. I am at a 11, at an 18. Well, what should it be? I have religion, I have arcana, I have plane.
This would be either religion or arcana, whichever's higher for you.
They're both the same. So I think one of that's a mistake, but that's okay. So that would be 18.
Yeah, it's like you feel like you've heard that phrase or come across it in your studies, but you're just not quite sure. Any other questions?
Yeah, how are these potatoes?
Yeah, so this actually, DTD brings up a good point. I mean, you guys have had a harrowing. I mean, think about this information downloaded. Then Broderd comes in and throws down all that shit. You see Xantu's about ready to lose it. How's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling? Are you guys going to take some time to reflect? And, are you going to eat and have some cocktails and try to wash the night away? Let's go around. How's everybody processing all of this? We'll start with you, DTD. What do you think? What's going through your noggin right now?
Today ain't much for reflection, but this meat and these potatoes are delicious.
All right. So DTD's doing just fine. Fair enough. Let's see. DTD's all right. What about you, Jilbar?
Gilbar is very concerned. He's built a good life here, but with he and Renata have, but he's had tragedy in his past, and these forces seem, in some ways, insurmountable. On the other hand, he's thinking back to a vignette that I have yet to write about when he first felt the presence of Abadar in the vault of Abadar in Absalom, no less. And the feeling, perhaps a vision he had then, and he's starting to wonder if this is what was sort of foretold to him in terms of what his purpose in Abadar's design would be, and the transaction that was made, and he's worried that might be the case.
Understandable. What about you, Ziggy? You've spent a life studying this kind of stuff, and now it seems like your studies, in a weird way, like Broderd, are coming to life.
Yeah, I'm pretty psyched. I'm actually starting to feel that maybe that I'm on the right path, right? Like I've kind of, my mother died recently, and I've been kind of wandering, and what led me back here was this is the motherland of my mother and of her people, and so kind of being a little aimless for a while, I've come back here. and feel like a life of like uncovering secrets in tombs and graveyards and
Right.
deep buried secrets has kind of led me to here and given me the hint of knowledge and a little bit of what I needed to know. Uncovering the name of the Rune Lord was, even further proof that this maybe is my path, and maybe this odd collection of misfits and miscreants might be my people's. But I dare hope that much. That might be too much for a guy
Sure.
who's been an outcast his whole life.
But it seems to be going the right direction for you, even though there's kind of all these horrors going on around you. In a weird way, you're kind of invigorated.
Yes.
What about you, Finn?
Well, I think Finn is definitely aware now that had they used a double hatch hinge on this window, there would be no real issues with it swinging as open as freely as it was. So I think he knows how to attack that issue. I think he's intrigued by this whole idea of Fassalon. I mean, this is bigger than any of the world he knows about. I mean, he's fish guts in a box. So for him, this is what an amazing story. I never knew this was out in the world, much less that he was going to be a part of it. So I think he feels kind of on the back end of a wave and about to head up into a bunch of knowledge. I think he's pretty intrigued and pretty psyched about that. And I don't think he's wise enough yet to know the danger involved in it. So I think for him, this is an intriguing learning experience, and he's pretty amped up, I think. So
Nice.
it's kind of like Kid on a Christmas Day. I think he would be up all night wanting to learn more tomorrow.
Trying to kill Santa Claus.
Yes, exactly. Stuff him in this.
That guy isn't going to break into your house.
Yeah.
And last but certainly not least, we've got Glurk. What's going on in Glurk's noggin?
So a little bit of the opposite of what Ziggy's been feeling. He felt like an outcast all his life, and Glurk kind of felt like the chosen one, and he was highly regarded in his tribe, so he does. So when he's gotten to town and he's gotten all this, halfy, racial slurs slung his way,
Right.
his eyes are opening up a little bit to the world, and he's a little bit disillusioned with Sandpoint, and he's wondering why he's putting his life on the line for these people if they feel that way towards him. But on the other hand, he feels like he's a man of action, and he wants to get going and
basically
make a difference in the world.
Sure. So you're basically like Boromir when he visits Rivendell for the council.
A little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So as you're kind of having this feast and everything, you hear actually the Thana comes in and says, kind of whispers something to the mayor's ear, and she goes, "Oh, damn it. Just get rid of him. Whatever you need to do." And Joe Barr, you hear this. Do you make any inquiries?
Mayor, is there something amiss?
That damn Dax Dingleberry, he's found out we're back here, and he wants to know if he can have an exclusive with me to find out some nonsense about what's really happening behind Standpoint or something like that.
Finn, I think he's all yours. Go out.
Excellent. Yes. I will give him the whispering wind.
Excellent. So you send Finn out to deal with Dax and sufficiently confuse him. And
amphibians and a naked man will do that to you.
Can I quote you on that, Findabar? Is it Findabar, right?
Yes, I would hope that you would. But please, my parents, were they to read this, they might ask me to go back in the box. So use my name as Liftwan Staffeling.
Oh, lift one. How do you spell that? Sandpoint
L
easy
as in
readers want to
Larry.
know. So you guys hear that out of the corner of your ear.
Yeah.
All right. So the night kind of goes on, and the mayor eventually excuses herself, as does Brodard and the father, and they kind of hobble out. And Brodard says, "Let us meet in front of the glassworks. 7 a.m. We have a lot of work to do. I have a lot to think about tonight."
Indeed.
You guys, okay? So
Yeah.
he does that, and then Xanthus kind of looks shaken and says, "Yes, I'll be there, and I may bring an acolyte or two to help me." And he kind of heads off, brooding.
Can we do like just a sense motive to see what's going on with Father Xanthus in case there's something more than
Sure.
meets the eye?
Yeah.
Is anyone else able to aid me on that?
I'll aid you.
I can aid you. My aid did nothing.
Nor
Well,
did mine.
Let me roll it here and see how it goes. That is a modified 25.
Nice.
So you're kind of reflecting on that and thinking about it, and then Devrin, as she's walking out, she looks up at you. She looks at you, and then she looks at Xanthus walking away and says, "Yes, I'm worried about him too. You know, I'm not sure if you know this, Jilbar. It was before your time, but Nualia wasn't the only one that Father Tobin took in. In fact, Xanthus was another fledgling orphan, and he raised him as an acolyte and almost as his own, and one might say groomed him to be his successor the day would ever come. So I'm sure this has shaken him to his core, this new revelation about Nualia and Father Tobin."
And what was their relationship? Were they sort of brother and sister? Well,
No. He was much older. She came along later, and he was already an acolyte in the order.
Ah. Well, hopefully he can gird his loins. We'll need his strength tomorrow.
Indeed. You have yourself a good night now. And then she goes
You as well.
off.
Hey, Horton, as everyone leaves and it's getting late, maybe it's the wine, maybe it's the haze from the fireplace or the twinkling of the candles, but as I look around my companions, I don't quite know what it is, but they all look look a little tougher, a little stronger, like they're glowing a little bit.
Yes, that's a great segue, because we have to go over our third level stuff. I'm glad you reminded me. I totally spaced out about it. So we'll take that as an intermission. And why don't we go around and review our new characters and let everybody know what you got at third level? Why don't we start with you, Ziggy?
Yeah, Ziggy, the main thing is you've probably seen, like, sometimes when he is doing knowledge checks, he kind of has just almost a supernatural, like, intuition or insight into stuff that really kind of pulls a rabbit out of his ass. And he now feels like he'll be able to do that not just for knowledge checks, but also for things like diplomacy checks and like when dealing with people, or maybe perception when he gets to see things. So just in general, his insight is going to be working a little double time, specifically like metagaming, perception, diplomacy, and what did we just do? Sense motive. There might be one more. But, and then other than that, he got another spell, and he, you've seen him have these flashes of insight too, and you think he's going to have them more often. Basically, the feat I took gives me 3
It's becoming more insightful.
Yes.
Sweet.
So
Well, that
that's
sounds
where
exciting.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's fun.
All right. Well, how about DTD?
BTD, yeah, I mean, the first thing you notice that he drinks as he's chewing on his new potato caboose, you see him drink what he assumed to be a mutagen, and he kind of becomes a little bit more shriveled
Oh
and a
no.
little bit weaker, but his brain just like hydrocephalic, and it's
Oh
veiny and
no.
throbby.
Gross.
And you notice that he has the highest intelligence of anyone in the group now.
What?
Yeah, so it's a
What?
cognotogen, and that's what
Whoa.
he took as a
Give me a meta slice on this. Give me
Yeah.
a meta slice. Rito, you taking notes?
Yep.
Give
Gimme.
me a number here. When he's
It's
on the cognigen, what's his INT, which I believe is normally 18.
yeah,
Already
so
fast.
it's a +4.
Wow.
Whoa. And let's just take a quick check and see what Finn's is. Oh, Finn's only a 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smoke
And
on the water,
I'm no
man.
mathematician, but I believe 18 plus 4 is 22.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
wow.
unfortunately, it does cause him to lose 2 strength. So
Oh,
6
no.
strength.
That's
Oh,
ouch.
yes.
I got
know.
you beat there.
I know who I'm targeting from now on.
Yeah, well,
Just
bring it.
kidding. Just kidding. Sweet. Now, are you going to confer with Finn about that? Or are you just going to kind of let it ride?
I mean, I'm not gonna confer. I don't need to confer with him. I'm just I'm just gonna. It is temporary, so he is in a
Okay.
lot of aspects still smarter than me because
Right.
it's an extra. It's not an extract. It's a mutagen, but it only lasts for 30 minutes, so it's not like he's still smarter. And then I took another extract this level, which allows me to target without splash damage, and it's a little bit higher
nice.
damage. So I don't get to burning my buddies in the fight. Although I still might do that a lot.
Yeah, you reserve
Right.
right.
Well, that
It
sounds
really
like some
is how I feel.
spicy stuff there. What about Glurk?
Extremely boring level.
Nah.
He just got a feat, so we're going with power attack just to give him even more damage when he hits, and he's not incapacitated by some kind of stupid spell. And
Okay.
and I forgot to say this last time, but at second level, he got a little bit of fast healing. So when he's raging, he's also healing, which is kind of nice.
Wow. Well, looks like I'm no mathematician once again, but looks like he's got the hit point lead too.
Yeah, I rolled really super crappy, but yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good news. What about good old Finn?
I did not get any points in intelligence, so unfortunately did not get any smarter. However, I did get second level spells, which everybody knows is a wonderful time in the life of a wizard.
Wow. I don't like that.
Well, you might. I mean, it's going to help you in the end of the day as much as it helped me, and I think that's great.
Let me just take a quick gaze because I always have all of your character sheets up at all times.
Absolutely.
Mirror image, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Invisibility, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And flaming sphere?
Well, see invisible and then flaming sphere off our scroll. Yes, as soon as I get a chance to memorize that.
Okay, so you don't have that yet.
Don't
Make
technically
a
have that one.
note of that. Made a note of that.
And then for a feat, I took 2 additional traits because I figured Findy would be kind of coming out and learning things and that type of thing. So my additional traits, I picked up basically something that makes perception a class skill for me and gives me a slight boost to that. So I'm no longer quite oblivious of the things going on around me. And then I picked up pragmatic activator, so I can use intelligence instead of charisma for use magic device. As I figured, kind of as we're going around and learning about these things, Findy's been able to learn a little bit more about magic. So
makes
there
sense.
you go.
That sounds sweet.
Wait,
Well, and
I
last
didn't
but
even know
certainly
you
not
could do
least.
that. You can,
Yeah.
so you can trade a feat for 2 traits. Is that how it works?
That's how it works. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, and people don't usually do it, right? Because for a lot of people, traits are bunk and feats are like you greedily try to hoard them because they're so important to your build. So.
Yeah,
The traits
exactly.
are cool. But,
That's kind of the nice thing about Wizards, I think, is, I mean, besides meta magic, there's really not a lot of stuff to spend your feats on. So
Right. See, that's the
freedom.
difference because, like, a lot of fighter builds, traits are kind of lame, and you're like, you need the feats.
You have 20 levels of building to get to where you want to be. It's
Totally. All right. Well, that's good news. Jill Barr.
Well, Jilbar is continuing with his calling, and everything is pointing to it that although he started in the way of a soldier, that's changing, and he's just continuing his devotion and feeling the calling of Abadar. So he's 2nd level cleric. So
Nice.
not access to 2nd level spells until should he survive to 4th level. So only 1 more spell per day, but 3rd level feat, his blessings from Abadar are gaining momentum. He took the lucky feat, which
Oh
he's
boy.
applying to inexplicable luck specifically. So now 3 times per day, and if you look at my character sheet, it just wouldn't work in PC Gen. It says a bunch of weird shit, but bottom line, 3 times per day by the rules, I can now use inexplicable luck on any D20 roll. I can get, if I do it beforehand as a free action, it is a +8 on the roll, or
Okay.
I can, after the fact, do it and have it be +4 still as a free action.
Are you serious? So, like, you could roll and just miss somebody and say, I'm using inexplicable luck, and you hit them.
Bingo. Or
Nice.
Oh, that's too OP. I'm going to have to kill you off.
That sounds like
Yeah.
some third party.
Yeah.
That sounds like some third party.
Well,
Yeah, I'd like to see. I want a page number and I want a paragraph.
well, keep in mind that this is the combination of 3 feats: Defiant Luck, Inexplicable Luck, and now Lucky. So I was not able to take Power Attack, and I probably won't until now 7th level. So there are some significant trade-offs.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, why
but it
bother when you can re-roll every time?
Yeah, I can only do it 3 times a day.
Yeah.
But so that is one thing where in an adventuring day, I have to make some tough choices about that. But what's cool is, let's say that we're going to 3 magic shops tomorrow, or three different shops, and I need to make 3 big diplomacy rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at a base of 7. I get a bonus for one of my domains based on my level, and if I need to on a diplomacy roll, I can apply that +8, and all of a sudden I can be at +16 on a particular diplomacy roll.
That's awesome.
What kind of bonus is that? Circumstance bonus or?
It's untyped.
Nice, even better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. And then the other thing that's pretty cool is my special item is the holy symbol that's embedded in my armor now, which is a family heirloom, and in fact goes back into the depths of Osiriani history, going back to Anhepsu, one of the emperors of Osirian. Hence the Jilbar Hepsukin. And as I gain in power, it gains a little additional influence from Abadar as well. And I now and there's no way to really do this on the sheet, but I now get the effect of extra channel. So I have 2 additional channels per day.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
That's good for the group, though.
That exactly. So, in combat, it still has limited usefulness because, it's a 30-foot radius and we don't want to heal the bad guys. But out of combat, we've got a decent amount of healing at our disposal.
So how many, so it's how many channels do you get and how powerful the channels at this level?
Well, I now have, based on my charisma bonus and starting 3 plus my charisma bonus, which is just +1 right now, I have 4. With the extra channel, that gets to 6. But then the original power of that amulet, which is embedded in my armor, is it's basically it's like an amulet of positive channeling. So my channels do 3d6 each time instead of 1d6.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, that's some significant healing.
Correct.
Okay, so as you guys all break up tonight, and if a few of you want to malinger at the bar, that's your choice. Rusty Dragon's open till 2 a.m. But if you all get a good night's sleep, when you wake up, you will indeed have all of the benefits of 3rd level.
Juicy.
Now, I'm reflecting on, he said 7 a.m. We're going to bump that back to 9 a.m. because I think everybody needs a good night's sleep in order to get said benefits. So we're going to let you guys have a big old sleep because who knows? This might be the last big one you get. You just don't know. You never know in this game. And Broder probably should do the same. So I think the next thing, if you guys want to just say you all got a good night's sleep, your 3rd level, everything's set, and we can fast forward to that meeting and we can kind of move from there. And then depending on that, then you might, reconvene with Devrin, come up with a plan. And then after that, we could go shopping. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. So everyone gets heads to the Betty Bye as Savannah heads to Betty Bye. Hey, baby, love you. Yeah, of course. So anyway, everyone's going to bed now, and then in the morning you'll wake up, and Ameiko's got, for those of you who stay at the Dragon, she's got some croissant and jam and butter and fresh bacon and coffee and hot water and whatever the Vaulted Arms has to offer. And you break your fast, and then you head, I presume everybody meets at the Sandpoint Glassworks?
Indeed.
Okay. So you all go to the Sandpoint Glassworks, and there you find Broderd already waiting with a pile of books by his side in a satchel. And Father Xantus comes down the lane right as you're walking. And he's got 2 acolytes. And they're all coming rather somberly. And you go in. And as you go in, Broderd's going to come up to Glurk and say, Glurk, you're a big strapping lad.
Yeah.
Could you carry these for me?
Yep. I'll slack them over my shoulder if I can.
All right, sweet. So,
Broderd, DTD, Findabar, Ziggy. One thing to think about is I'm trying to consider, in addition to just blocking off the tunnels, once we have finished what we're doing in the catacombs, I wonder if it would be prudent to rig some sort of deadfall or block off the tunnels into the glassworks to prevent any entrance. Obviously, our enemies know about this way in, and it seems prudent, if there's a safe way, to shut them off to do so. I have not the knowledge, but perhaps between the 4 of you learned scholars, there's a way to do it.
Yes, well, I'm no engineer. I suppose we could go back to my study and get enough books to block it up. But short of that, I'd leave it to you.
We could take a lesson from the goblins and pour molten glass down the stairwell. billet with a solid, impenetrable, sappy resin.
That might not be the wisest course.
Well, again, I'm not asking for an answer now. I'm just saying as we go down the routes, perhaps something will come to mind. We could look at it later, but just keep it in mind. Blocking this entrance, again, I just think for tactical reasons, it would make sense to make sure they aren't able to boil out of the glassworks.
Now, by that same token, you may want to examine that secret passage that goes out to the cove where Renata and or not Renata, where Delic and Nualia used to hang. The back door, the old smugglers.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna move your map. We'll get back to the catacombs, as it were. Let's see. Okay. Everybody should see themselves now, hopefully. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
I don't need to be enlarged anymore.
no. So as you're walking along, and you kind of walk through B1 into the main chamber, Brodard is just looking amazed as you get into that old stone, or as the old kind of rough catacomb or the rough tunnels turn into that ancient stonework. This is incredible. This is definitely craftsmanship from ancient Aslant. Mistaken. Look at these coved moldings, and he starts going through everything. Did I? Is everything? Let me just reveal the entire room. I can't. Okay. Reveal everything here. Or everything enough, as it were. Everybody see everything?
Yeah.
So, do you want? How do you want to approach this? Do you want to kind of go the way you guys originally went? Do you want to go some other way?
Which section are we exploring?
Well, it's up to you guys. You're down in the catacombs. You've got a priest and some acolytes. You've got a bunch of dead zombies. You've got a bunch of dead sin spawn. You've got a couple Varghouls.
I would
Take them
say
we'll take them to
Yeah,
the
altar checked
statue of
out.
the Rune Lord first.
yeah.
We start in the north and move our way down.
Yeah, I think we should. Well, I almost,
You want to
gonna
check out
say-
the statue first, or do you
I was
want
gonna say
to?
south to north.
Well, it looks on the map like we're in the south, right? Or no?
well, we're kind of.
Well, that was the old. I have to move you. That was from the
Okay.
old map. So yeah,
Oh,
you're
okay.
all. Everybody can move yourself to B1, or the
I feel
initial
like
entrance.
we're gonna have the things of the most interest are kind of the things around the Rune Lords and about this rune well and stuff, and those are probably of the most interest. And then after that, like it's probably that weird red room with the ruins, like the haunted room.
Yeah.
Like I don't think they give a shit as much about some. They probably do on more of an academic level, but I think it's probably the more historic and religious parts of this temple that we should explore first.
All right. Well, why don't you guys form a rap, and then we'll start rapping.
What?
So let's
Figure out what you're doing. Let me know what you're doing.
let's take them to the big statue first. That seems like a good place to start. It seems like the
it's on the way to all the places we're going.
Okay, so you start in B3, as I affectionately know it as, and that is the ancient statue. And let's see what information we can give you. Let's see. Broder does confirm that it is a statue depicting the Rune Lord Elasnist, who is the Rune Lord of Wrath, and he adds that at the time was the Rune Lord of Wrath at the time of Earthfall. also could be considered the final Rune Lord before all hell broke loose. Or the final Rune Lord of Wrath. He says, he said, I would like, I would love to get a look at that. That's Ransour. It must be priceless. And then let's see if we can give you any more information here. Just check something. Let's see. He says that, this is a piece of information that might be useful to you. He says, yes, each of the Rune Lords were not only tied to a deadly sin, a virtue and then a sin, warped into a sin, but also a school of magic. And Lasness was tied to evocation magic, where she could most properly execute her wrath.
Out of curiosity, what were the other Rune Lords? What other schools were they each respectively tied to?
Yes, well, the Rune Lord of Greed, I believe, was transmutation magic. Sloth, I believe, was conjuration. Envy was abjuration. Lust was enchantment, which makes sense, I suppose. Pride was illusion. And gluttony. What was gluttony? Yes, necromancy. That he'd give you that background. There's not a lot else. He says that she was chaotic evil. She was a very powerful evocationist wizard and was known as an archmage. She scanning through here. She was human. That's probably all he would know, to be honest. Yeah. So that's what you get out of that.
I think that this Ransour was her Ransour, like this is the original piece.
No, it's a replica, but you do know to that point, he does make a note that in some of his readings he had come across Lasness as her preferred weapon was a Ransour. So good question. And she specialized in wrath magic, which is what evocation magic used to be called, which is kind of an interesting nugget. So you got that cooking. You learn that. You want to examine the Vargui chamber, the washing pool?
Do we want to show him the sin spawn, or do we not think that's...
Well, he has a great curiosity to see the sin spawn. So do you want to go to B6 or to the upper left?
Yeah, let's show it to him.
The ancient prison.
We found one right as we came in, didn't we?
Yes.
Maybe we show him that one on the way
here.
Well,
yeah, we'll say you circumvent that for whatever reason, mainly because he's going to be interested in the prison too and those skeletons.
Gotcha.
He looks and he sees just incredible, and he says, he's busily sketching them, and he's just fascinated. And he says, these are utterly evil creatures. And he says, One thing he does say, he confirms, according to legend, these are the personification of the sin associated with the pool of the rune pool. So these must be wrath. And in order to check one thing that he might be able to tell you about this. I gotta check where I was. Um, um, yeah, I'm trying to find where I found that herb. Okay, here we go. Anyway, he can't quite remember it, which is actually perfect. But he said there's something about a proximity to the sin. So, for example, in order to draw the energy, a rune well, there needs to be death of the in the soul, death in the within a radius, some sort of geographical radius that he's unclear on. So he thinks he's just speculating. I'll have to look at the rune well, but he thinks maybe all of the death that happened in the Battle of Sandpoint might have helped to energize the rune well. But he does know the rune wells are somehow they're able to be destroyed, he believes, but he's not quite sure how. And he also thinks the blood that if you remember, she cut herself and drifted in.
Mm-hmm.
She thinks that he thinks that may have something to do with the ritual, but he's not really clear on that. So let's see what else. That's about all you get from that, to be honest. He's still he's going to research that more.
So we don't know how to destroy the rune well yet.
Well, let's get there first.
Yeah, but why don't we finish off the north, because I'd like to see what they both have to say about the mutation the goblin had, and then also probably the acolytes want to do something to consecrate the undead bodies.
Yep.
And then we can go to the red room, and then we can also look a little bit more at that collapsed tunnel to make sure it's not something people could easily get through.
And see if we hear anybody talking to us again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we'll say you go into that chamber. So you're going into you're going to go to where Karuvas was.
Yes.
He does take a minute. He wants to examine B8, the prisoner pits where there was the ancient study. And he says, this used to be a study.
Yeah.
And then he says, he kind of starts picking up the scrolls that are kind of fading and falling apart. He says, Thessalonian, ancient script. I'd have to take time to try to decipher this. I'd need to transliterate it before I could translate it. This is an ancient rune script. And then he says, and he kind of looks at the skulls and the rib cages and the weird, and he says, show me the creature you said was misshapen like this. Bring me to him.
We do. It's right over here.
So you go in there, and then the father and the acolytes are going in, and they're praying to Desna, and they said, and Xantu says, we must consecrate this room and rid it of the evil. We will begin our processes. Can't think of the word. Anyway, so they start like laying out like a mobile altar and some holy water and taking out a book that is like the equivalent of the Desna Bible, and they're kind of like starting rituals, and they're shaking water over all of the sinkholes and consecrating the room. So while they're doing that, Broderd examines Carubus's body, which is now got rigor mortis, and but he sees that third arm coming through, and he's like, "My God, this is a monstrosity." Said, "Waters of Lamashtu, waters of Lamashtu." Half to himself, he says, "I think I may know what has done this."
I tell him about when he's talking. I tell him about my vision of kind of the corpse and and what happened to him, and that I saw him cupping water into his mouth and drinking.
You say he was cupping water, and he's actually very interested in that.
I'm going to tell him that vision.
Yeah, so he's gonna make some notes and think, and he says, "Yes, I'd like to see that meditation chamber." Okay, so he's interested in seeing that old rune thing, but right now, are you going to take him down to the meditation chamber, the weird place?
Mm-hmm.
The red room? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so you go down the red room.
Red room.
And
red room.
You see everything floating, and he kind of says, "Fascinating." And he says, and it sort of jogs his memory, says, "Findabar, didn't you say you had a scrap of paper with those ancient runes you saw?"
Mm-hmm, I did.
So you produced that?
Produced it. Yep.
And he says, he looks at it and he consults some of his books. He said, "This is ancient script. So it will take me some time." And he takes about 10 minutes. He says, Wreath. Oh, wait. No, gotta carry that over. Wrath.
Hmm.
The word is wrath.
Fascinating. I would like to learn the method by which you divine this.
Yes, if we ever get time, I will teach you.
We'll do it now.
And then he kind of examines the other room, and he confers with you, Finn, and you guys kind of put your heads together and realize that there's some sort of a permanency spell in the entire room. That's a levitation spell.
Levitation.
So you think?
Gotcha. Okay.
Do you think you could probably float in there, and it's not necessarily some terrible thing? That's why everything is
nefarious.
floating.
It's just yeah, got it. Okay.
Oh, that's good. And then in terms of the words on the shapes that are appearing when you look there, he looks at them for a while and he scribbles some things and puzzles it out. And he said, "It's all just terrible. It's words like hatred, anger, wrath, revenge, destruction. Very grim reading. I don't know what's creating it, though." So you get that info from him there, and then that book on Lamashtu he's very curious about, but he says he'll have to take that and study it. And it is written in Abyssal. You agree with that? And he's not. He needs to have some transliteration books for that, so he would have to spend a lot of time. So that's that. You guys want to go to the big Cajon now?
Well, before we do that, do you want to show the?
Oh yeah.
Tunnel or not?
So he goes down to. So going down to going down to where the rubble was. Do you guys all want to go together? Do you want to bring him down? Who's bringing him down? How do you want to approach that?
I'll bring him down.
Okay, Finn, are you gonna go, Finn, or are you gonna chill your pits?
I'll stick by the door where I was before, kind of right in this entrance.
Okay. Anybody else going down with Broderd besides Ziggy?
I am.
I'll go.
Yeah, whoever's going, go. Put yourself there. Okay, so you guys all go down, and he goes down with Ziggy's kind of acting as a guard, and you don't hear anything, and he sees the rubble, and that's all you see. And everything seems copacetic, and you're all starting to walk back up. And Finn, make a perception check.
Okay.
Mm.
I suddenly am getting much better at this.
Yes.
Die 20. Okay, that's a. Oops, die 12. Uh, 9 plus 7 is 16? Yes.
All of a sudden, you hear inside your head, come, come to us. Come to us, Findabar. Come to us. This little, like, childlike whisper.
I'll turn over, look over at Jilbar, who's right next to me. Is he
He's like scratching his balls or something.
so completely unaffected? Okay. Um,
Come to us, join us. Join
I'll
us
whisper
now.
to him. I hear that voice again. This time it appears to be speaking for multiples. They want me to join them, but I'm not sure where.
Findabar, that is terrible. I'm sorry.
We'll
Do you have
find
any sense if it is coming from below or from this red room?
Yeah, I'll try and
You'll
reach out.
No, and then right now it says, "We'll find you. You cannot escape!" And it's like the biggest scream in your ear, like
Wow.
and you just pierce and you go down, debilitated under the ground.
Yeah, I'll
Findabar.
keel over and they yelled at me. They'll
It says,
find me.
Who?
"You can't escape!" And it's like a demonic voice. And give me a will save.
Will save. Uh-oh. Okay. Another 9 plus 3 is 12.
You are completely panicked. You start running.
All right.
Any direction.
I'll grab him.
Are you going to try to subdue him?
Yep.
Yeah,
You're not there.
I'm right next to him. Can I try and grab
You
him?
can try to grapple him.
Yeah, you're closer.
Quite a bit.
That's probably pretty good. Let me get my CM Bizzle. Versus his AC, it's probably not good enough, but versus his CMD, it might be. That's a 16, I believe.
What's your CMD?
12.
Yep. Okay, so you're able to grapple him and
I'll just
hold him
hold him.
down.
Findabar, it's
Yep.
okay. It's the voices. Something
And Finn,
foul isn't work.
Finn, you are terrified, and you
Okay.
need to, like, you can't move out of Jilbar's grasp because he's so much stronger than you, but you feel like somebody is ripping your soul out.
Hmm.
You've never
that's
felt this terror.
Let us move away from here. I'll start moving him up this way towards where the Father Zantus and the clerics are.
And 12 seconds later, it completely passes.
Hmm.
And you feel yourself again.
Thank you, Jilbar. I'm not one to get emotional, but I've never known such terror before.
And then Broder kind of ambles up. He says, "Tell me exactly what happened, Finn."
Well, there were these frogs.
And yes. What color were they?
They were clearly leopard frogs. I'll explain to him in detail.
Yep.
Anything I can remember. Yeah.
And what was the last thing they said to you? What was the last thing?
That I could not escape. That they were going to come for me.
Jesus. Damn. And he just sort of like looks dismayed and he writes it down. I will try to research this.
Do I have any lingering sense of anything? Did I sense any magic or anything as I got the message? Anything that stuck out?
No, you just feel like whatever force it was much more powerful than
you. Interesting.
And it's not clear that they're just targeting you or if you're somehow channeling because of your intelligence or some other reason.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't know.
I've always been susceptible or perceptive of the divine.
Yeah.
So
right.
Yeah.
So maybe. All right. So
Hey,
that's
Horton?
after that. Yeah.
Hey, Horton. Since we found out that the red room it's just a levitation spell, Ziggy's
Sure.
gonna go in there and just like because we just kind of grab stuff out, but I'm actually gonna check it out and see if I can find anything.
Yeah. Yeah, you can go in there. So are you going to step in?
I'm gonna step in.
So you step in and it's the weirdest thing. You start floating and you can kind of steer, by sort of like swimming.
Yeah.
And you're floating. You guys already get the big stuff out of it. You see, let's see what's in there. Not much is left in there. There's like floating maggots and floating ravens with carcasses.
No, I actually
like
took the
their heads
raven.
ripped off. Okay.
I actually have the raven.
Okay. So you don't
you
have
said
that.
the words
so
are
yeah,
still flashing?
Yep.
All right. There's
So
nothing
you
in
kind of
there.
stumble out of there after a few minutes, and then are you guys going to go to the shrine?
Yeah,
And
just a quick
to
question. Did we determine, I know Finn had his visitation, but did we determine that this stairway down is fully blocked?
I believe so.
Okay, just making sure. Sorry if I missed it.
Well, I don't think Horton.
Yeah,
said
it
that,
is
though,
fully
so.
blocked. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, yeah, let's go down to the first.
We want to look at the Vargoese or
Yeah, for sure.
What?
The Varguese.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you want to go over there. I'm just checking one real quick.
Well, we still need to get Firestar out of there, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so why don't you go over to
Fuck with the water weird.
yeah, so you go over to the Varagui and he examines them and he kind of confirms everything you guys knew about them based on his knowledge. And the best he can kind of ascertain is they were some sort of guards of this chamber for whatever reason, which now you guys kind of piece together makes sense because it had the key.
Does Shirtuz say if he was before Aslant or was that?
Yeah.
We
You
take him
get
up
shot and killed.
We take him up these stairs too, where we kind of sense the fresh air. And I'm just curious because he's lived presumably in this town his whole life or most of it. If he has any sense where he thinks he is, like, can he tell directionally where he thinks these stairs might pop out if it wasn't blocked?
Yes, he actually can give you that information. It is.
As a Cambion, he can do gaseous form once a day, right? So.
Yes.
Buckalicious.
It is. It would pop out. He thinks, I believe, we're somewhere between the alleyway. If we were to be able to pop out in the cluster of buildings between Tower Street and Junkers Way.
Not where I thought.
So yeah, you figure that out, which is all spicy. And this is yeah. And then I'm going to have some more information about the rune wells if you go in there.
Yeah,
All right,
let's
let's do
take him first to what
Yep.
I'm assuming is the water of Lamashtu.
And then do you guys want to... Yeah, so first, before the rune wells, he's going to go examine the water, or the rune well,
Murky
or
water.
the shrine to Lamashtu. And
Well, I assume
he
Father
spends some...
Zantus would have something to say too.
Yeah, so he's going to be conferring with Father Zantus, as a matter of fact. And Father Zantus prays over it and kind of looks troubled, and they confer more and talk. And then Broder consults a few books, and they look at one together. And then he comes back and he says, "Yes, this is... Did any of you touch this in any way?
No.
That is very good. So I believe this foul secretion is known as the waters of Lamashtu. So it's unholy water, or cursed water, you may know it as the Father has pointed out to me in his teachings. But the waters of Lamashtu themselves are very, very, very dangerous. If you were to drink these waters, you would become very ill at first, I believe. And then he talks to the Father a little bit more, and he nods his head and he says, over time, your body would begin deforming and twisting. And as Lamashtu's, you've accepted Lamashtu into your body. And over time, with enough draughts of this water, I believe, would produce monstrous deformities, such as that which fell upon your dear friend Karovas. So that would explain your vision, Till.
Right, yeah.
And you get the sense that you wouldn't even necessarily have to drink it, but as if you were like, doing rituals with it and putting on yourself, it may have that effect. And he confers a little bit more, and he says, by your leave, Jilbar, Father Zantus and his acolytes will endeavor to destroy this foul.
Yes, of course. Father
Right. So
Zantus, whatever you can do, we need to eradicate this
yes,
from the vicinity of our
this,
town.
this is beyond my power, but I think if we all work together, we may be able to neutralize. So they begin doing that. And then you go into the main room, I presume?
Yes.
So he says, this is fascinating. Ancient cathedral. This is a cathedral of wrath, but it's very ancient. I feel like we may be standing on hallowed ground, hallowed by the Rune Lord, Elasnist herself, or perhaps one of her chief acolytes. I believe this entire room has been built as a vessel of rage. Which would make sense if it was housing a rune well.
Up here.
So he's gonna kind of follow him there, and fascinating. And he takes some time and he spreads like 6 books out, and he's kind of looking through them, paging frantically at this point, making notes and sketching things. I've waited my whole life to see this. I knew it. I knew it was somewhere. And he's kind of talking to himself. Yes, I'm convinced this is a minor rune well, and it has been activated. This is the source of the sin spawns. You said it yourself, right?
Correct.
She
Yes.
dropped some. Yes.
Do you know how to deactivate it?
Yes. Well, no. I have ideas. I believe this is how it works. Every time a creature with a wrathful soul dies within some distance of a minor rune well, the rune well itself gains power. And I don't know how much power it can get. I will need to research this further, and frankly I would have to go to Magnamar, and I'm not sure that we even know. But from what I've read, it feeds off of the death and the wrath of the souls who have departed. And in the same way, if a ritual is performed by the right person, perhaps a priest or priestess of Lamash, you can create sin spawn, which are the living embodiment of the wrath in this case. Be a wrath.
This seems to be a temple, and you mentioned priest or priestess. Were the Rune Lords worshipped like gods?
No, 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 no. They were aligned with gods. They worshipped God. Some fancied themselves as gods and sought to become gods. That's beyond.
So this is a temple. This temple right now, Horton. This is consecrated to Lamashtu, then, or who is this?
Yes.
That makes sense.
I'm not sure if you need to be a priest or priest. I'm not sure. There's only one way to find out.
No.
Is any of you particularly wrathful? Do any of you have anger issues?
I would think.
Some days. I'm working on
I
it.
have done some reading, and it is to say that if this is an activated rune well, and if it does have points, if it does have anger in it, wrath in it, if it has been charged, as it were, one simply drops some of their blood in it, and a sin spawn will disgorge from its murky depth.
It does not simply walk.
Well, I would say no experimentation is required, as we've seen that happen. We know that is the case. So the question is, what power, if any, is required to destroy this rune well? I will say, in the heat of battle, I was hasty perhaps to do so, but I did strike it, and I briefly felt as if rage and wrath was going to overtake me. But the power of Abaddon protected me, and I was able to resist.
Yes, that would make sense. I must say I do not know. I must confer. And he's just sort of like going off these sketchy things and writing things down. And then he's asking each of you to give an exact recounting of everything that happened when you saw the sin spawn. And he says, I'm going to need some time with this. I don't have an answer for you right now.
Understandable. But I
would say is we should lock this room if you said you found a key.
Good idea.
Yes, agreed.
Unfortunately, that key is in my pee hole.
That's all you're going to get from Brodard, because to be perfectly honest, he literally does need, if there is an answer, and he doesn't know if there is, he needs to go to Magnamar to find it. Much like Gandalf going to Minas Tirith.
Yeah. if that is a journey you're willing to take at some point, it seems worthwhile. The one thing I would say is, and I know you know this, but we must be circumspect. I do not think we
Yes.
wish to tell anyone that this rune well is active and what that portends, other than
Yes.
those who already know and obviously Sheriff Hemlock upon his return.
Yes, I think I have sufficient cover because I have been working on a book about the Rune Lords of ancient Thassalon, and I think that might satisfy the curiosity of the scholars in that.
It is doubtful that Dax Dingleberry took any notes of what I told him last night.
And just then Dax bursts in, "What do you got in here, guys?" No, I'm joking. All right, so you're gonna lock this up and kind of, and then just as you're kind of finishing up, Father comes in and says, he looks exhausted, but he says, "I can't be certain, but we think the foul waters have been consecrated, at least to the best of our
Well done, Father. Well done.
Dugan press it.
I put the key back in Finn's pee hole.
Yes.
Okay. So do you guys want to clear out of here and go meet with the mayor, tell her what you found?
Yeah.
We take them through the broken pottery room too, just real quick on our way out to make sure there's nothing in there that means anything to him. But
Well, yeah, good idea on paper, but bad idea. Broder starts flipping out. Like, God, I must take some samples. Do you know, Zigor, you would be interested in this. I believe this pottery comes from the third epoch and the fourth age of legacy. And he starts like rambling on and on.
I put some pottery in his pee hole.
So he'll take some samples of that. Okay, now, Jill Bar and crew, I know you had said you wanted to potentially try to wall up some entrances. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, specifically, and I would trust that basically, I don't know if anyone other than Findabar has engineering, but if there's a way to cause a collapse or to block various entrances into the glassworks, I think we should do it. Like the Catacombs of Wrath, they obviously know where they are and can get into there. But at least
so you think causing it from down here would be a bad idea, just given the fact that there's some unstable geological activity going on. But you do remember there was a door that led from the shore into that tunnel, a secret door, and you could make sure that that's been secured. And then when you guys go out and the main tunnel you had found from the glassworks, you do remember that door is lockable. And then if you wanted to get more hardcore, there was that pile of rubble in the hallway you could probably use to block up that entire area.
Yeah.
With some work. It just depends on how intense you want to secure it.
I don't know. How much do you want to block? I mean, if we block it, we should have someone else do it and us not fuck around with it. But do we think just locking the door is enough? And I mean, you're more worried about people coming into the town, right, John? That's what you're trying
Correct.
to do.
Yep. Because we already know they've done it. And in fact, there was one description, Pseudo's description was the minions should boil out through the glassworks, which that would be terrible because they'd already be in the middle of the town at that point.
Now you do remember after interrogating him that was predicated on him leaving the doors open.
Okay.
But I take your point. So you could go to the old tunnel wall, and you remember you found the door, and the door was not locked. But you think if you go back there, you don't have a key or anything. But if you go back there, you see that it does lock from the inside, so you could lock it. And then if you were able to wall off the other side by the glassworks, then as long as then they're both ingresses would be fortified, or at least locked.
Let's do that.
Okay, you want to do that?
Yep.
Yes.
So we'll
Yep.
say you're able to do that. Now, as the extra precaution, do you want to put the pile of rocks up on the, or are you not worried about that?
I mean that, or do we want to try to get someone to board up this door? Right, you could board it up with hammer and nails. It might be more efficient than rocks.
You mean the one coming from the Sam? Yeah, you mean the one coming from the Glassworks basement?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was originally boarded up, as you recall. So you think that you could do that again with proper tools?
Well, I'm assuming it's a glassworks, right? I'm assuming they make crates and stuff to ship their glass, so they probably have mallets and they probably have stuff.
Yeah. I'd say you could find the stuff from the in
Okay.
one of those storage rooms, and you guys could just take care of that.
All right.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so you do that, and then by now it's like noon, maybe 1 o'clock, because Broderd was taking some time to study things. On a side note, Finn, you can't get out of there soon enough. You're like a cat in a bath.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, so you guys head to the mayor's?
Yep. Let's do her.
Yeah, we can do a brief a quick debrief, and then I think we need to do some shopping.
Yes.
Jumping
So you go back to the mayor's and you get through, and she's kind of been expecting you, and you're all seated again, and Broderd's with you and the father. And you tell her everything, and Broderd, updates her, and she said, "Right. Well, it looks like we fit the moment of decision then. I know I know Hemlock will be here in a day and a half's time, or should be at least. And I know we have this other issue. So what do we want to do?"
Well, my thought is that if we believe the sheriff will be here, whether early on the following day, not tomorrow, but the following day, I think we should wait for the sheriff to arrive. We have plenty of things that we can do in the interim, and meanwhile, should there be some sort of other attack, whether it is in mass or a retributive strike, whatever it might be, we are here to defend the town, which is what we are charged to do. If for some reason the sheriff's delayed and he's not here again in 2 days' time, then the following day, I would say setting off would make sense.
Yes.
But we have preparations we need to make sure we are ready for, including we still need to obtain some supplies. That is my vote.
Yes.
Hmm.
I think that's good counsel, Mayor, or the mayor says, and she says, "Unless anybody objects, that is my decision." Anyone object?
No.
Where's
No
the
objection.
No objection.
All right. So you guys you got a rap now, formulated. And she then also mentions, and she pulls Jilbar before you go. Jilbar, just to keep you in loop, we are having a judicial delegation from Magnemar to deal with a pseudo.
I'm assuming Joe Barr knows exactly what that means.
You don't.
Mayor, I don't know that I've been privy to any sort of judicial delegation from Magnemar. I'm not sure
The High
exactly what
Court
that
of
means.
Magnemar is charging him with murder.
Ah, well, I mean, it's unfortunate, but they're correct to do so, as best as we can tell.
Yes, I just thought I would inform you. The magistrate will be here. As a matter of fact, he's due here in 2 days hence.
Ah, and now question. I thought Pseudo had, or Sheriff Hemlock had taken Pseudo with him. Is that not correct?
No,
Oh,
he's
okay.
still in the jail cell.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that is unfortunate, but needed. One other quick thing while we're alone, Mayor.
Oh, I didn't know you were that kind of guy. No, I'm joking.
No. A while back, I had posed the question. Technically at this point, all of my companions have done numerous heroics on behalf of the town. Technically, I am the only one who is deputized at this point, but I feel strongly they have proven their worth. And if we're going to venture into the into the wilderness and to Thistletop, again trying to prevent this calamity from occurring. I feel strongly they deserve full recognition and whatever the town, beyond the gratitude, whatever thanks the town is able to offer.
Say no more, Jabbar. I am one step ahead of you. I've been thinking of this.
Excellent.
Sandy, would you bring in the box? And then Sandy comes scurrying in and hands her this velvet box. I ask all of the heroes of Sandpoint to stand before me. Do you stand before her?
All of us?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
So she says, I, Mayor Kendra Devrin, with the power invested in me by the council and the people of Sandpoint, do herein, in this hour, fully vest you, Dontarius, she says, Dontarius Davis, you, Zigor Fittich, you, Findabar, Maliage, Bulge, whatever the fuck, you, Glurk Gorbash, and you, Dojo, son of Dojo. With the rank of deputy sheriff of the town of Sandpoint, with all of the privileges and responsibilities there. And she pins a little badge on you that is strikingly similar to the hand from Game of Thrones.
Oh,
Nice.
I thought you were going to say frighteningly similar to a dildo.
No, yeah, no. And she says, do you accept this charge?
Yes.
And
Yes.
everybody says aye.
Yeah.
And now,
Aye.
Hey,
I assume it comes with some kind of discount.
as you know, we cannot offer you any monetary remuneration at this point, but when the day comes, we have not forgotten your services to the city.
Yeah, we get a 15% discount.
I do think you get a free cup of coffee when you stop at the Pump and Munch.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you guys kind of, bow, and she bows to you, and then you head out.
Yep.
Set out.
All right.
Yeah,
So as you head out, and
does
go ahead.
does the shopping montage from Pretty Woman ensue?
Yes. So you walk out, and
It's in the way that you use it.
and as you guys pass Decker and Kington, they kind of look up at you, and they look at the badges on you, and they kind of straighten to attention, and they say, "Evening, sirs."
Good enough.
Or afternoon, sirs.
Decker, Kington, as you were, man.
Yeah, and then they'll relax again. All right. So shopping in Sandpoint. If you ever get the chance. So let's get you back over to the map. If I may. And then you can decide how you want to approach this. So you've got there we go. You should all be on the map.
I am.
I got to do one. Now I got to. Now you are.
Hey.
All right. So, the Feathered Serpent, which is the magic shop, for lack of a better term, is on number 44. Do you guys have numbers on yours?
We do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Way down by the
Pillbug's Pantry is 16, and the Bottled Solutions is 17.
Well, we're right by.
Okay. Perfect.
Does that
So it depends on how you want to organize this little shopping spree.
Well, why don't we hit Pillbugs and the Bottled Solutions, since they're right next to each other first? Who's gonna? Are the scrolls gonna be at either of those locations or at the Feathered Serpent?
The scrolls will be at the Feathered Serpent. Any potions will be at bottled solutions. And if you need poisons or anything that's not at bottled solutions, you can consider going to Pillbug's Pantry, knowing that Oliver Pillbug Potiker, the proprietor, is been rumored to be in pretty deep with his Arnie.
Let's go there Let's go there after we go to bottled solutions. Let's go. Was bottled solutions 16 or 17?
17.
Go to 17.
All right. So you go to bottled solution. And
so
kind of walk in.
Do we know anything about the guy who owns this? Knowledge local check?
Yeah, it's owned by
Jill Bar was with us, right?
Jill Bar is, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Jill Bar, you know that it's owned by Nisk Tander. He's a male half-elf alchemist. He fancies himself a more gifted potion maker than he really is. Now that's the rumor.
I know the feeling.
Yeah. But and as such, finished items purchased from the shop have a 5% chance of not working as intended, either being subdued, inert, or wildly unpredictable in their actual effect. But you know, the actual he's got all the alchemist goods that would be obviously not subject to that. And you also know, if you are buying some sort of finished potion or solution, that a craft alchemy check can determine whether said bottles are in full working order or not. So you're not totally out to dry there. In terms of Nisk Tander himself, do you guys go in?
Yeah, I'm in.
So you guys go in, and a little bell dings when you open the door. And first thing you see, it's a totally cluttered shop. It's filled with shelves upon shelves of bottles, bags, alchemical containers. You know, DTD and Zigior, you guys would, well, DTD would recognize this as just a classic alchemist shop. You've got pungent brews going on. Things fills the air, herbs spilled everywhere, you know, just total chaos. And after the bell rings and you all come in, you see a gentleman come out. He's in his early 30s, maybe late 20s. I don't know. He's probably mid 30s, late 30s. And half elven, tall, thin, black hair, really piercing eyes, and he's played by Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he comes out and he's kind of like, "Oh, Jill Bar, wonderful that you've come to my store. What may I help you with?" And DTD, make a perception check.
I make one too.
Ooh, that is a 17. Hold on a second. No, that is a 14. Sorry.
Yeah, good enough. You didn't need a high check for this. You realize, with your acute sense of alchemy, that Bro is the equivalent of stoned.
Yeah.
And you get a chance, or you get a sense that he's a regular purveyor. May I say expert? And you see he's got long hair and kind of a ponytail.
Yeah. This guy's cool. Hey, man.
Jill Bar, are you good?
Man.
Are you good? Do you say that?
Hell yeah.
Gilbara, I seem to be at a disadvantage. Who is your enthusiastic friend?
Well, this is one of the heroes of Sandpoint, Don Terrius Davis. Also, just call him the Gift of the Lizard or DTD.
Excuse me,
Heroes
sir.
of
Deputy Dontarius.
That is correct. That is
Do we
correct.
need to call you DD?
The hand.
D DTD. Yeah.
Yeah.
and he kind of
DDT.
looks at you and he kind of waits longer than like you're waiting for him to answer, and it kind of takes like a half a beat longer than is comfortable, and then he says, "I'm not sure who the heroes of Sandpoint are, but they're welcome in my shop." And he walks up to you, DTD. "Welcome, fellow alchemist.
Yeah.
Perhaps you would like to share some of my new growth." And he pulls out a joint, hands it
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hello. Hello, my little friend.
and he kind of clicks his fingers and a spark comes out and it lights it.
That's some good shit.
And you know DTD, it is very powerful. Like you're like, damn, and it's really clean. So already you kind of like this guy.
I'm just glad I wrote everything down.
Okay, so you do that, and then he says, "Well, fellow alchemist, how can I help you?"
We need to get some stuff. We need to get some supplies here.
I'd be more than happy to help you with that. What sort of supplies would you need?
So I'll hand them the list
Okay.
of items.
And is this the list that we've already litigated? I can't.
Correct.
Yes, yeah, that's the list we've talked about. And
Yep, okay.
there's only really one item that, based on its price, we'd have to make a roll on.
Sure.
Everything else is pretty standard stuff, really.
Okay. So he says, "Oh, yes, yes, yes." And you kind of says, Mycroft, would you please come up here?" And so this little gnome comes out, and he's got one huge eye and one really little eye. And the huge eye's got like like a thick Coke bottle glass over it, and the other one's just got like a Pez Nez over it. And he says, "What you want, master?" And he says, "Could you fulfill this order, please, of my good friend Dontarius?" He kind of looks at all. "Yeah, won't be but a minute." And he runs in the back. And he's taking care of that. What was the more unique thing you wanted?
Well, there was a couple that Till had mentioned, but I don't know if you want to do those, Till.
Yeah,
but
I can do that.
Before we get to that, I was going to ask him, you don't ever get any preserving flasks in here, do you?
Yeah, I do. Again, pauses longer than seems. He doesn't say anything more.
Do you think I could possibly lay my hands on that?
How much are they, and how much are they?
So a first level preserving glass is 1,000 gold.
How much?
1,000.
Oh, fuck. And do you have that kind of cash?
I don't, but I was thinking just like to get the deal rolling, because I figured that kind of item he might not have on him. So it's more like, can we get that order?
So he says, yeah, that's quite an item. Don't think I have one. And then Mycroft comes back and he's got like his hands are full and he's got a couple bags and kind of spills everything out onto the counter. It will be everything, boss. And then Mycroft, this gentleman is looking for a preserving flask. Oh, that's quite fancy. I ain't got one of those, boss. And then he says, could we procure one for it? Well, need a down payment. Yes, I suppose we would. How much do you think we would need? And he starts calculating, writing some things on paper. 250 gold.
Well, sir, as much as I would love to give you that much, I do have a lot of other things that are pressing. Would you take 150 gold? That is, after all, more than 10%.
Kind of confers with them. Make a diplomacy check.
Okay. My diplomacy sucks. Yeah, that's an 8.
Yeah, I don't know, boss. I ain't right comfortable with that. You know, he dealing with some pretty heavy hitters in Magnum. Don't like to lay the string out, if you know what I mean. Right.
If I may jump in, as a fellow merchant, I totally understand. Having said that, we are talking about DTD, a fellow alchemist, purveyor of many of the same beverages and inclinations you have, but also a hero of Sandpoint, a deputy, in fact. You know he is good for it. There's no doubt about that. Can I go ahead and make a diplomacy check?
Yeah, go for it.
And I'll use one of my 3 inexplicable luck
Nice.
Nice.
So let's see here. Even with that 2, that is going to be...
Even with that 2.
Even with that 2, that's at 18. And I don't know if anybody can aid that.
I can aid it.
Well, if you're going to aid, you got to say something.
Can I aid it, or is it too late?
You just got to say something.
I'll let you do it. Normally, you should do it beforehand, but I'll let you do it. But roll, and based on whether you aid it or not, we'll see what you say.
So let's see that. I also get to add an 8. Oops, that was wrong. A D6 to it. Sorry about that. So it should be 7 plus 4 is 11.
You do aid. So tell us what you say to aid, because it works.
Oh, well, I know a thing or two about alchemy too, you know. And I just would like to say, from what I can know from the shop, this is a very fine alchemist. He really knows his shit. He's really got his shit together. I'm very impressed, my friend. You are truly a practitioner of the art, and just from one.
Now that actually works, because you're playing to, even though he's mellow, he's got like, he thinks he's awesome. So that worked. So he says, Mycroft, I think we can make an exception for our friends here. The Heroes, was it, of Sandpoint? Why don't you just put it under the gold account? And Mycroft kind of looks up and questions, and then he looks at his boss and he says, right away, boss. Right, you are 150 gold now, and rest on layaway, as it were.
I've reached gold status.
While we're here,
so if you want to fork over 150 gold, take it off your sheet.
Yep.
You are on your way to perversing flask, as long as you can come up with the rest.
Okay.
Nix, I actually had a few things on my list as well, too. If it's possible, could you check?
Yeah, go for it.
See,
what do you got?
The first one is, do you want me to role play it, or do you want me to just tell you?
Hey, we're role playing, aren't we?
All right, I like it. The first one,
Wow.
I'm sure you have a shop of this grandeur will for sure have. It's just simple water crystals or breathing crystals. They basically let you breathe underwater. To you,
How much are they?
50 gold pieces.
Yeah, they would have that. I'll say, let me just make a quick roll, make sure they have it. We'll do a little 100-sider and say as long as you get over 20, they have it. And that is a 90. So they do.
All right. And then
so just subtract that. Yes,
I'm so glad. I was sure you'd have something like that. Now this next one, it is a little bit more complicated, but I just have faith in you that it's a petrified ooze. It's a little rare. It's 80 gold pieces, Horton, just so you know.
We'll say that's a 50-50 for a Sandpoint item. You want low or high?
I'll take high.
55. He's got it.
Great. And then the last thing is actually a piece of equipment. I was hoping to share it with my friend DTD. It's so great that you've hit it off. I was thinking of something we could share.
Would you like to try some of my herb? He hands you a joint.
I would not mind that at all.
And he sparks his finger.
Nice. Ooh, classy.
Yeah, you start violently coughing.
Thanks.
Yeah.
The last thing
it's good, isn't it? It's good.
Maybe you have one. It's a formula alembic. Basically, you use it. You put a potion into it. You can distill it down to use it to figure out.
Ziggy, make a fortitude save.
Nice. I will. Let me find where the fuck I am.
Tell me what you get.
Oh, there I am. All right. Just a sec. And die 20. And you know what? We're just fucking around today. I'll add 2 things to up my save just for shits and giggles. So I'll add a die 6 to that too. So that's 2 uses of my inspiration. So that's 15 plus my fortitude, which is decent. So
nice. You're good. You temporarily lose your train of thought as this herb hits you like a freight train in your brain. Whoa. But then somehow you kind of like pull it back together and keep the thread going, and then you can.
Anyways, what was this? It's a formula alembic. You use it. You put a potion in it. You distill it, and then you drink the distillation, and you'll actually get the formula. It's a piece of equipment. It's 200 gold pieces. I'm hoping to.
Ooh, that sounds rare, or it sounds spendy and Magnamare.
Yeah, that's was my big. That's why
I'm going to give you a 20% chance. Do you want low or high?
I'll take low this time.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Whoa. 58. You missed that one. Now that could be a layaway item.
Sure. What's the percentage of layaway? What you can get it in?
They confer and they say, well, give me 25 now, and we can probably order it for you. Wait, how much did you say? You said it was 200?
200 gold,
yeah. Give them 25 now if you want it, and then the rest.
Yeah, I do want it. I'll do that. I just want to.
You just got to remind me of all this later.
I will. I just want to double check.
We'll say it's like a 2-week turnaround for Magnamare.
I like that. All right, I'm just triple confirming that 200 is indeed the price. I have the link right here.
All right, well, while you do that, is there anything else anybody wants from this brew?
There's the 2 potions that I got of shield.
Yeah, those will come from bottled solutions. Oh, that is bottled. Yeah, we are here now. And we already agreed on that, so they'll have those.
Yep.
And Mycroft will run in the back and grab those for you. Anything else?
Nope. That's all I have here. Perfect.
All right. So you kind of finish your business, and he says, yeah, come by next week, and we'll tell you how we're doing on the timelines. And DTD, maybe you and I could have another little bit more herb.
Yeah, can I get hit that right before we gotta go? Can I hit that? Oh my God.
And he says, I'll do you one better. And he pulls out of his breast pocket. He hands you a case with 3 joints in it.
Nice. I'll put that on my equipment list.
Yep. All right. So sounds like you made a new friend, DTD.
Yeah.
You and Nisk hit it off well. So do you guys have a need to go to Pillbug Pantry, or can you go to the Feathered Serpent?
I don't.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd say Feathered
And did
Serpent
you?
it is.
Okay. So you head to the Feathered Serpent, where, which is gonna be closer to the wharf. As you see, it's not too far from the actually the Goblin Stables actually. So you go that way and you get there, and let me let's go here. Okay. So you go into the Feathered Serpent. Once again, you open the door and there's a little bell. So you think this must be somebody must be going around selling bells. And Jill Bar, you're thinking you want to get one maybe for your place.
Yeah, we're actually making the bells.
Okay, there you go. And you walk in, and this cramped and cluttered shop smells of a strange mixture of incense, spice, and dust. Its sole proprietor, Vorvashali Voon. You know him. Yeah, you know. Jilbar, you know him as a human male wizard with some roguish tendencies, and he's an exotic looking fellow again, but this time differently. He's got long red hair, bright blue eyes, and almost bronze colored skin, like he's been out, like kind of that olive bronze, kind of like a Roman in the sun, kind of a weird mixture. And you see him in the background, and he's finishing up with somebody, and they walk out, and he turns to you and he says, Gilbar, well met. Haven't seen you around in a while.
Voivash, my friend, it is a pleasure to see you.
And
I
he's played.
apologize. It's been a few days.
Yeah. And he's played by a long-haired Damian Lewis with an exaggerated Boston.
Sweet.
Yeah. Yeah. What can I do for you?
Well, first of all, allow me to introduce you to some of my companions. We've been working together, and we may be going on a little bit of a trip, and we're looking for certain select items. And you, of course, are the man we thought would be the best to help us.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Vorvashele Voon. At your service. They call me the Voonster. What can I do to help?
Well, we do have a short list of items, and that would be the scrolls that we had already kind of gone over.
Yeah. And he just says, "Yeah, give you right here." He grabs them. He kind of looks down. Yeah. I got you. And he says, "Hey, Louie, got a customer." Some big fat older gentleman comes out. Looks like he might be half orc. That would raise Glurk your notice. And he says, "Here's a list. Take her, my boy here." And he just kind of grunts, and he goes back to the back room. You been working out? Looking bigger than usual, Jabbar.
Well, I have been doing my calisthenics and working at the forge when I can, but I must say, between the two of us, my friend Glurk, he might be the strongest man I've yet met.
Oh,
You
I
should
don't
see
know
me
about
when I
that.
rage.
Oh, let me see. Oh, yeah. Those are some pipes. And everybody who does it, but Jabbar, you're all looking at this guy and you're like, it makes no sense that the guy who looks like this talks like this. You're kind of freaked out. Because he looks kind of like elegant and he's got like tattoos, but kind of like he's like kind of cool looking and kind of like maybe he'd be more of a surfer type, but there it is.
You had two accents, didn't you? You
So then
did
he
have
said,
two
You
accents.
son of a bitch. Dropping your eyes.
so then he says,
Guys on the weekends.
so then he says, well, what's going on, man? What's going on, Jabbar? I haven't seen you in a while. What's going on?
I'll just start small talking about the kids and Renata and the town, and I'll try and avoid any serious conversation.
Yeah. And then a few minutes later, what did I call this guy? Baba Boom or
Vorboon.
well, he's Vorvash. Yeah, he's Boone. He's Booney, but his assistant comes out and he brings all the stuff out. And
I believe the assistant was Louis.
Where's
Louis, of course. Yeah, how could I forget? Louis. Hey, Louis, hurry up. I got customers here. They're waiting. Sorry. I'm just training them in. You know how it is, Jilba. You're always training somebody, you know. It's hard to keep good people. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
More than you know, my friend. More than you know.
All right. How you doing? How you doing over there? And he starts pointing at you, Findabar.
I'm well. Thank you.
Yeah, you're a tall drink of water. Hey, how about you? Huh? You're kind of a freaky looking guy, but in a good way. And he talks to you.
Microprocesses.
Who's this guy? He doesn't say much. And he points to Ziggy.
Oh, I talk. I just looking around, wondering if you got some stuff I'm looking for.
Yeah, you can look, but don't touch if you know what I mean. And then he looks over at DTD. Hey, how about you, huh? What's your story?
As hell.
Huh? And DTD, you're really stoned right now, and this guy's like a character. Like you're not sure if he's real.
No, I know he ain't. None of this is real.
But one thing's for certain, he's really freaking you out. So are you gonna stay in here? Or are you gonna go get some air?
No, I like being freaked out a little bit. This is okay.
All right. So then Louis comes out, gives you everything. Hey, anything else? What are we doing here? When are we gonna get the wives together? You know?
That's a great idea. It might be a few days, though. As I said, me and my friends.
I see you got some. I see you got some bling there. You still the what do they call the enforcer, the sheriff around here? What's going on? What's going on, Gilbar?
Yeah, while the sheriff is away, he asked if we could help out, and yes, we're still doing that.
Oh, well.
Anything for the
good
town.
for you. Hey, good for you. All right? I say good for you. You see what I'm saying? I say good for you. and you. And he just smacks everybody in the chest really hard. We appreciate you. We appreciate you.
Nice store you got here. Be a shame if something happened to it. Maybe
And then
show a
Louis
little
from
more
the back says,
appreciation.
and then Louis from the back says, all right, Boomy. Hey, Boomy, they need to go, huh? Yeah, right. Yeah, you're right. I'm always talking too much. That's what she said. She says I'm always talking too much. And then I just go like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to hear that shit from her. What do you guys do?
Not there.
We got all our stuff.
Yeah, you got all your stuff.
Get out of here.
All right, so you guys walk out, and he's the type of guy. He's like following you out and down the street. Hey, don't be a stranger, Jilba. All right,
Of
we're
course
gonna
not.
we're gonna
Thank
hang.
you as always.
Hey, Jilba and Vumi, we're gonna hang. Bring your bros. Bring your bros. We'll drink some Strohs.
Hey,
Wait, is Stroh's a part of the Galarian?
Became canon.
Well, yeah, it is now.
This is canon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's
All
all
right,
shoot up.
so are you guys done with Vumi?
I actually really quick hang back a little bit because there was one thing on my list that I think might be too expensive, but I wanted to ask.
All right, what you got?
Hey, Vumi, I'm just curious. Looking around, you don't have.
It's Vooney,
I'm
like
so sorry. You know the dialect of Standpoint. I'm not quite used to it yet.
Yeah. Hey, forget about. Forget about it.
Oh, thanks. I'm looking for an Ioun stone. Like, do you have any Ioun stones here or no?
Hey, what do you think this is? Fucking Magnema?
That's all right. I mean, I'm just looking for a cracked and broken one. Nothing fancy, but you know.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Louis keeps a. Hey, Louis, we got a cracked Ioun stone back there.
I'm looking for a Dusty Rose Prism one. That's specifically that a Dusty Rose Prism.
Whoa. Slow down. Dusty Rose Prism.
Thanks. Cracked.
All right, I'll give you a 10% chance.
Yeah, $500 is what it costs. So
you want high or low?
Give me high this time.
Oh my fucking god! You got a 99. You son of a bitch.
Nice, 500 GP.
Do you have that kind of dough?
I do have that kind of dough.
No bullshit.
No bullshit. We got 700 each, and I had a little left. So
all right,
what I made.
So Louis comes out. He says, "Hey, boss, you ain't gonna believe this, but we got a fucking Ioun stone back here. It is Dusty, and it's Rose, and it's a fucking prism."
Rudy, I love you. You're great, man. You're my favorite.
Hey, man, we'll hang. Hey, we'll hang. All right, we'll hang.
Yeah. The bros and the Strohs.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying, man.
I get you now. We
got each other. Hey, bros with Strohs got each other, right, man? Yep. Hey, Louis, box that up.
Thank you very much. Good doing business with you. We'll be back. I'm sure we love Sandpoint.
All right. Hey, don't be a stranger, Ziggy, all right? Don't be a stranger.
No. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That I kind of tip my invisible hat to him and I run on out.
All right, so you guys get the hell out of there. But that was pretty lucky.
Yeah, that was nice.
All right, so is there any other shopping you guys need to do?
All I need is my axe.
Nice. Are you guys, so right now it's, mid-afternoon by now? So what do you guys want to do? Now,
I want to copy formulas from
me too.
From Ziggy's formula book.
Now, how long does that take?
Since they're all first level, an hour per formula.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys could go back to the dragon in that room and do that.
Nice.
Okay.
I'm going to collect one from Finn, too, if he lets me do it. That's all right with you, Finn.
Yeah.
Cool. Excellent.
All right. So you guys are working on that. Jill Bar, let me think about this. Jill Bar, you're right by the Goblin stables. Do you want to go talk to Davern? He's still around. Because it occurs to you, how are you going to get to Thistletop?
Well, I mean, how far of a walk is it?
So it's like it's only like 6 miles. You do know, actually make a knowledge local check.
Okay.
And Finn can do the same.
That's a 19 roll. So.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Good.
So even if it was higher, I mean, that's plenty. So you guys know, you kind of confer, and you know where you're trying to get to, especially following these goblin trails. Horses are not going to be useful anyway. They could get you down the road for like the first, third of the way, but then it's kind of in the bush. So you think walking's the way to go, and you think, you've never done it, but you think you could get at least to the trails that were described by off the main road in about 6 hours, and then from there, it kind of just depends.
Yeah. So, but Deveron, and he's out and about quite a bit. Him and Shalelu, correct?
Yes, he's generally not around. You can see if he's around.
Yeah, it might be worth just seeing if he has. Does he have a reputation as being fairly tight-lipped? Like, am I worried about him spreading word around that I'm asking about Thistletop, or?
Oh no, I mean he's like James Bond,
All right, yeah.
You're not worried about him.
On my way back to the Vaulted Arms, I could swing by for sure.
Okay. So let me just check something here. So you go in there, and as fate would have, you run into what's his toots, who had arrested Till. Yeah, what was his name? Billy something. And he says, "Hey, you're back, huh? You're back to bring storms onto my doorstep, party."
No, not at all. I was just wondering if Deveron is still around.
Well, you're lucky. He's going out another walk, another long journey tomorrow, but he's here right now.
Perfect.
Why don't you, Jill Bar, let me go get him for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So a couple minutes later, Davern comes out and he says, Jill Bar, well met. And he holds out his, like his arm to do a barbarian handshake. And you never noticed this before, but make a perception check.
Okay. That's pretty shitty. That's like an 11, or that's a 12.
Never mind.
Okay.
Says, well met, Jilbar. What news have you? I know these are grim times.
Well, now, one thing I would be looking for, when you say he held out his arm...
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to give you a chance to redo that, because you guys are going to bed one more time before you go.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to use one of your lucks.
Well, specifically, I don't necessarily want to do that because I don't know this is a big roll. But if there's anything on his wrist, specifically a 7-pointed Sahedron symbol, we'd be looking for that on everyone. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you do see something on his wrist, but it's not that.
Okay. Oh, is that a new tattoo?
Okay, that's good. Well played. Oh, friend. You're sharp as ever, Jilbar. Well, it's no need for secrets with you. You know, Shalelu and I are both members of the society.
Do I, in fact, know what society they're members of?
The Pathfinder Society. Yep. Rito, you want to take that one?
Mm-hmm.
What are they?
A bunch of sexual perverts. The Pathfinder Society is what? A kind of like the Harpers?
Well, no, actually, I'm gonna say, Jilbar, you would know right away when you saw it, like you looked at it more closely, because they're out of Absalom. They're a
Yeah.
globe-spanning organization based out of Absalom. The membership consists primarily of pathfinders, adventurers who travel throughout Golarion, usually inconspicuously, and explore, delve, and otherwise experience the lesser-seen parts of the world. They send journals documenting their travels back to their venture captains, of which he is one, who also assigns them new missions and suggests new places to explore. The most exciting and illuminating of these journals are compiled in the Pathfinder Chronicle, an ongoing series of books that collect the history and mystery of Golarion and its membership to the general public. The Pathfinder Society generally takes a hands-off approach with its agent, leaving them to pursue their own leads and choose their own priorities. But they're only expected to explore the mysteries of the multiverse, report what they find, and cooperate with one another in order to assure the success of their first two duties.
This is the first time we've come across these guys.
Yes. So these guys are kind of like the Delta Green, for lack of a better term, of Golarion.
Knights Templar.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Illuminati confirmed. That's what.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a big deal for you, though, Jilbar. You're kind of reflecting on all this, and you kind of confer with Finn later, because not only it kind of makes sense now that Shalelu is who she is, and he is who he is, but you know that it's sort of like having a couple air marshals on a plane.
Yeah.
So anyway, go ahead.
Your knowledge of the area and just frankly knowledge of exotic things, I know I can count on you to keep it under your hat, so to speak, but there's a good chance me and my new companions are going to be headed towards Thistletop to try and sort some things out.
Yes, I heard as much through the back channels, as it were.
Is there anything you know about Thistletop or the areas between here and there that we should be sort of wary of? And from your experience, anything that you might know that we have not heard of yet?
Well, there are a few things. I know your mission is sensitive and important. I've already been speaking with Deborah. But I would say yes, there are a few things I can help with, but I don't want to speak of them in open daylight. Let us meet tonight at the Dragon.
Excellent.
I have some information that might be useful for you.
Well, then certainly let's meet there. And one other thing, just while I have you, whether it's now or later, the goblin, Karavus, the sword he carried, there's writing I'm able to decipher on it. It looks like it's engraved in Varisian, the wood Arundel. Do you know anything of the sword that he carried? It is mine now. We fought him. Actually, if you already know, beneath Sandpoint in the caverns we found.
Yes, I've met with Deborah, and she's told me all of your adventures,
yes.
And we thank you for your dedication to the god.
Of course, but my question is, do you know anything of the sword? It's marvelous. It seems to be enchanted, but I do not know its history. I thought maybe you might.
Not offhand, but let me make some inquiries, and I'll see what I can find.
Perhaps if my player writes up a backstory for the sword, you could then deliver it to me.
That would be a really good idea.
Fair enough. Well, what time should we meet at the Dragon later on?
I have some business to attend to. Say 9 p.m.
Perfect. I'll see you there.
Yes, well met. All right, so he flies off again on his speeder, and yeah. So, you got that cooking. You guys have any other loose ends you need to tie up?
Well, I'm just gonna go check in with Renata and the kids, and
Yeah,
see if maybe Renata wants to come to the Dragon too. One of the
sure.
we could probably have Matthias watch the little ones.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so you guys can kind of get ready, and so any of you others, on a more mundane level that you're going on an adventure, you into the bush, you don't know how long you'll be gone. So any things like rations, arrows, any of that kind of crap, we'll just hand wave that. So then we can fast forward to the 9 o'clock hour. So you guys can go there and have dinner, or maybe a date, whatever. And
And I would reach out to anyone who's not at the Vaulted Arms or anyone who's at the Dragon, and we can kind of get there early and say, hey, Devon Husk is meeting us. He said he has some information we might need to know.
yes. All right. So he's gonna so he appears in a cape, or like in a hood, a green hood, kind of like Aragorn. And it's kind of weird because you guys are all sitting in Jilbar. You kind of were a little bit paranoid about things, so you decided to ask Ameko to use that back room again, and she said that was fine. And you're all back there, and you all gather there, and Bethana and Polly are bringing you some food and such and drinks, and you're all sitting around, and next thing you know, he's just in the room, and none of you recall seeing him come in. He's just there. Out of a corner he comes out. Sorry, I'm late, Chilbar. I had to attend many things.
Totally understand. I know you're extremely busy, and we thank you for your time. You've met everyone.
Yes, of course.
I took the liberty
Yes.
of asking Renata if she wanted to join us.
Yes, Renata. Wonderful to see you. You're looking beautiful tonight. So he, yuck. And then he sits down and he says, on to business. I can tell you a few things. First of all, follow the South Coast Road until you get to the Nettlewood. Once you're there, there's a small path, and he kind of draws you a map, and he tells you where to veer off, and it's more accurate than Pseudo's. And he says, you need to understand something about this. These Nettlewoods, the goblins have created a warren of tunnels that aren't the traditional kind. They are made of a canopy of thick thorns that comprise the walls, and they are quite damp. The brambles don't burn well, but they provide a canopy of shadow and darkness for you to move through them freely. Now, the negative about this is they're only about 4 feet tall. So you're going to have to navigate through this in a very careful manner. You also need to be aware that the place is crawling with goblins. It's also crawling with goblin dogs, wild boar, and other fell creatures. Keep an eye out for one in particular that may provide, let's just say Shalelu and I have lost track of him. He's a lieutenant of Rip Nuggets. He's a druid, known as Gogmert. He's an advisor to Rip Nugget. Some might call him a spiritual leader. But he's recently fallen out of favor, my intelligence says, because he's argued against the attack on Sandpoint, and he doesn't believe in the utility of confronting the Longshanks. And as such, he's been blackballed of sorts. He may be living in the Netherworld. That's all I'm saying.
Do you think that he might be amenable to assisting us in preventing this attack?
No, I don't. I think he's loyal to Rip Nugget and trying to get back in his favor. I would think the opposite. If he finds you and spots you, he may report you. And you must understand, he has many servants, great and small. So if you do come upon him, whatever you do, whatever your ability, do not let him send messages to Ripna. You must also know he has a beast that guards him, a powerful panther. I don't know much about this creature. Nice. And there's one more thing that I could tell you about the approach. There's two more things I could tell you about the approach. There is a creature, a fell creature, that lives below the approach to Thistleton. Beware him. I'll say no more. All I know is rumors. I don't know exactly what it is. I know it's a powerful predator, and I only know from interrogations of goblins, they call it the Howling Hole, from whence he sprang. And he
the howling what?
The Howling Hole.
Oh.
And I know that many a goblin has found their fate, so it is feared among them. And the final thing I'll say, this is the final piece of intelligence I've gathered. Be wary of the approach to Thistletop. There's only one approach. It's a rope bridge, and there's an 80-foot drop to shark-infested waters.
Yeah, with lasers.
The troll bridge. The bridge is also infested with flood trolls. And it may have been rigged by the goblins. Don't know what devilry they've planned, but they know you're coming. And they also know this is the only approach. This is all of the intelligence I can give you.
It would have been nice to have this intelligence before we went shopping.
Yeah. Do you have any idea how far across the bridge is?
What did you say, Glurk?
Oh, I kind of want to not fall into those sharks.
Yeah, I understand. Sorry, Jilbar, you were saying?
Do you have any idea how far across this rope bridge is?
Oof. I've never been myself, so I don't know. All I know is it's long. Maybe a few hundred feet, 300, maybe more. I'm not sure.
Holy shit.
Actually, I will give you that nugget to chew on because we're coming up on the end of the night here. I will give me a roll. No, you don't even have to give me a roll. That's nonsense. Let me take a look. He would probably actually have intel on this. So he's going to stay about 100 feet.
Okay.
Shark-infested waters, 80-foot drop, questionable integrity of the bridge, in trolls country. Hi. Keep in mind I said flood trolls. I'll let you guys chew on that too.
They have a flood troll.
And that's all the intel he says. And then, like the wind, he says, "I must be gone. I have other business." And he says, "Jilbar, good luck. The town depends on you." And he gives you a barbarian handshake, and then he flies out of there.
Yeah.
I like this guy. How do I join the Pathfinder Society?
Well, yeah, you got to be a badass, bro. You're getting there. So anyway, so you kind of chew on all that, and I assume you guys have your dinner and maybe a few cocktails, and then the plan is to leave tomorrow morning.
Well, I thought we were waiting for the sheriff. Is he supposed to be in tomorrow or the next day?
He's supposed to be in tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
That's what I said. Yep. So are you gonna wait for him?
Well, we're hoping he arrives.
You don't know when he's arriving.
Yeah, we're hoping he arrives tomorrow, and we'd like to connect with him and then go. But I think someone had said, and I forget if it was on here or on Slack, like, hey, if there seems like he's delayed and we don't know exactly when he's going to get in, then maybe it's just time to go.
Yeah, so I think the best intel you have is that he may show up sometime tomorrow. You're not sure. You do know, just timing it out, based on the intel you've gathered from Bruh and others, that Thistletop is going to be, 6 hours until the Nettlewood. And you probably don't want to be rolling around the Nettlewood in the middle of the night. Maybe you do. So you kind of have two choices: get up early and go, or wait another day.
Well, then right now I think and everybody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're waiting another day.
That's
okay.
The original plan, but
yeah.
Okay, so then tonight, do you have any more business to take care of?
Well, do we have the ability to levitate at all? As a group?
No.
Nope.
Group levitation? No.
I mean, can we get like a potion of that or anything?
Well, levitation won't actually do that much because that's just up and down.
Well, it can help.
This rope bridge is like a nightmare.
Or like feather fall or something to help us with that bridge.
We could try to get more potions or scrolls.
So we got a couple options. We can role play out tomorrow and Jilbar, or maybe Hemlock coming. Or you could take the intel I just gave you, try to feast on it, and then you'll have that day tomorrow, in theory at least, to potentially get a few items that would help you.
That makes sense.
Recognizing that if we go that direction, then when we start the next session, we're going to be like, Hemlock may or may not arrive, boom, quick role playing a couple shops, boom, and then you're off. Because next session I want to be on, we're in the wilderness and we're cutting and slashing. This was the important, inevitable role play episode, which I always love. The next one will be role play with two. So that being said, you guys want to tie up any loose ends that we don't want to game out in the next session.
So tomorrow, while Ziggy's gonna set himself to a kind of gruesome business of he's gonna take that raven that he pulled out of the red room and rip off its head, throw its body as away, and proceed on like boiling and cleaning the skull of all flesh, so it's just a raven skull.
Okay,
so that's my hobby.
You can do that.
That's my craft for tomorrow.
Those of you copying spells, sharing them, anything, is there any stuff you guys can get done in the comfort of a town one more day? Is there anything you want to button down with rations, with anything?
I'd like to learn the spell scrolls that we have, and at the same time, I'll recopy this the scrolls, so I'm gonna have to. It'll cost me a little bit of money, but I have that as a class skill, scribe scroll. So
Yep.
basically, I'm gonna replace the inventory that we're taking, but I'm gonna learn a couple of those spells.
So we could say you're doing that tomorrow while everyone else is making.
Yeah, it'll take 10 hours. Yep.
And you can use that back room, or there's actually a library. There's like a bookstore in town that's got like all kinds of amenities that you would probably be very familiar with. And I can't remember the name of it, but you could say that you're it's like going to the library / Barnes and Noble.
Well, and I did use that point in linguistics for Thassalon, so if we could say, multitasking.
Actually, let me take that back. Why don't we say you went to Broder's and he gave you an antechamber to work on that, and then you were conferring with him all day? That would make sense.
That's perfect. Yep, great.
Yep. Anything else?
Does anybody need, like, how are we sitting on, like, just healing potions? I know I got the wand, but, I have to be next to you. I can create some potions of Cure Light just to give to everybody. I don't know where everybody's sitting as far as their potions.
I would say if you have that ability and you guys are staying tomorrow, that should probably be something you're doing tomorrow, like Finn's working on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'll do you one better. DTD, if you want to go back and talk to our bro Nis, he's got a back room that you can kind of use, and you explain that the things you want to do, and you could sit there all day and smoke grass and make potions with him.
Sweet.
Yeah, and on my part, if like we've been kind of hand waving some of these, like the cold iron arrows and everything, and this would be a day when if something needs to get made, I could help make it happen. You know what I mean?
Yep. It's kind of like that montage. Everybody's like, you're doing like these cut scenes, and you see like Broderd and Finn conferring, and he's teaching them Thessalonian, and they're talking, and he's showing them books, and then you like cut over, and you see Nisk and DTD smoking grass and boiling potions, and then you see Jill Barr in his shop like swinging a hammer.
Piling the corpse of a raven.
Well,
that's right.
I'm going to the brothel. That's what I'm doing. So you guys can do.
And Glurt goes to the brothel. That makes perfect sense. And as a final thought tonight, that would be, there is a name, the Pixie's Kitten.
Oh.
Number 43 on the town list. Right next to the Feathered Serpent, which makes a lot of sense.
Sweet.
All right, boys, any questions?
Oh, nice work. We
nice.
got a lot done, more than I thought.
Yes, we did.
I think so too. And I think it was a lot of, hopefully you had fun. I actually have fun in these nights. I like role playing, but I also like role playing. So we're getting we got a taste of the ROLE tonight, and then next time should be ROLL heavy. In the interim, intervening 2 weeks, if you guys have any questions, feel free to run them by me. If you want to make tweaks to your third level guys, that door is still open, because we haven't actually, once we put them in battle, the door is closed, but I will keep it open for the next 14 days.
Yeah, I have to give you new ones just because of the stuff that was bought today.
Absolutely. And if you want to take time to review and tweak, literally go for it. Call me if you have questions, and then just send me your updated dude. But whatever I have on file, right now I have 6 guys on file. If you send me any guy in the intervening 2 weeks, just so you know, if you email me a guy, I save it to Google Drive, and he's your new guy, right? Yeah. So it's very easy. All right. Anything else?
No.
Good job.
No.
Go forth.
Good run tonight, boys.
All right, good work, Gordon.
Yeah, thanks. That was fun.
Yeah, I like the history. First of all, we got a bug playing a bug, which is always dangerous, and I like the history though, like the whole, like we all know, because as like players we know the story of the Rune Lords, but yeah, it's pretty badass to have like think your characters like first finding out about this shit and being like, what?
Well, and just so you guys know, I'm making an editorial decision, because the adventure path, strictly, you guys aren't supposed to know this much, nor would Broder, but I've decided I think it's going to be more fun as I read through the whole thing if you guys kind of do know more, right? Because I think it will add to the three-dimensionality of the horror as it all unfolds. And that's why I studied history in the first place, is to give you context to understand modern times better, right? That's why we study history. So I think that's what'll make it fun.
Cool.
Yeah, plus we'll forget half of it anyways.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Now you got a context to remember. All right, guys. Awesome run. Thanks for partying. And any questions, call me. Otherwise, we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Love it.
Yep.
Thanks a lot, guys. See you later.
See you later.
See ya.